Picture Perfect Christmas by Victorine E. Liskey. Chapter 1. Vivian Sterling. In exactly 7 days, I'm either going to be the youngest VP in Meridian Plus history, or I'm going to murder James Whitmore with a decorative candy cane. Sorry, Viv. Can you back up? James leans forward onto the conference table, all fake concern and overpowering cologne. His Rolex catches the light, the one he makes sure everyone notices. I just want to make sure I understand the infrastructure limitations you're describing. I grit my teeth and try not to jump through one of the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Manhattan. Of course. I keep my smile professional even though we both know he heard me the first time. Evergreen Falls has a population of 3,500, so we're looking at limited accommodations, only 2 inns and a hotel within reasonable distance. Local crew base is minimal, so we drive in department heads from Burlington and hire locally for production assistants and day labor. How far away is the nearest airport? James asks, his smile widening, his overly gelled hair gleaming. 40 minutes away, I repeat, my nerves on edge. I click back to my budget slide. However, Vermont's 30% tax credit on qualifying expenses and the town's offer to block book hotels at reduced rates puts us 12% under our Connecticut budget from last year. The infrastructure limitations are offset by the financial advantages. I glance at Richard, my boss, hoping he will shut James up. That's the 3rd time I've explained this. If James asks me to back up one more time, I'm going to back up this presentation clicker right into his. Great, thanks for clarifying, James says as he sits back with a satisfied grin. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Translation. I wanted to waste your time and make you look like you weren't clear while highlighting your flaws. I finished my presentation on why the town of Evergreen Falls will be the perfect place to shoot next year's slated holiday movies for Meridian Plus, and sit down next to Peg, who looks like she'd rather be at home cleaning her toilet. Honestly, I'm siding with Peg here. James stands up and switches the PowerPoint to his presentation. Evergreen Falls is cute, Viv. Thanks for that. But I think Holly Ridge, Colorado might be a better location. James launches into his presentation, making a big deal about how close it is to the Denver airport and how the town is larger and can easily accommodate the crew for filming. I bite my cheek and look at the bowl of decorative candy canes in the middle of the conference table. Yeah, they look sharp enough to penetrate through his fancy Italian suit. Excellent work, both of you. Richard leans back in his chair, fingers steepled like he's a judge on a reality show. Here's what's going to happen. James, you're heading to Colorado Monday. Vivian, you're on a plane to Vermont. I want both of you on location for 5 days. I want boots on the ground and a full assessment. Talk to the locals, evaluate logistics, take photos, the whole 9 yards. He looks between us. I need your final reports by December 20th. Whoever delivers the better presentation gets VP of original content. We'll make the announcement first week of January. James grins, his blue eyes sparkling, like he knows he's got this in the bag. He stands and extends a hand across the table to our boss. I'm on it, Richard. I nod, dread threading through me. I have to go to America's most magical Christmas town and spend 5 whole days there? Right now? When all the Christmas festivities are going on? Barf. I'd rather go clean Peg's toilet than do that. Let's just say Christmas and I haven't been friends for a long time. Maybe never. I steel myself and stand, forcing a smile. Of course. I'll be happy to showcase why Evergreen Falls is the perfect place for filming. Your inbox will be overflowing with quaint Christmas cheer. James gives me a side eye. Aren't you allergic to Christmas? Richard laughs like that's the funniest thing he's heard in years. Sure, maybe I've been a little vocal about how much I hate tinsel and plastic Santas, but I can do Christmas if it gets me that promotion. I scoff, shrugging off his smugness. I'm a professional. This has nothing to do with whether or not I like a little holiday. I gather my papers and pile them on my laptop. Hey, look at it this way. Maybe sometime in Christmas Town we'll thaw that Ice Queen reputation of yours. James laughs, and Richard joins in, irritating me. Why is it always the good old boys club? James turns back to me. I'm kidding. But seriously, try to channel some of that holiday spirit. These people need to believe you actually like what they're selling. I hug my laptop and papers to my chest. I don't have to like anything. I just have to prove my town is the best. I stalk out of the conference room. James falls into step beside me, his cologne announcing him before his words do. Vermont, huh? Make sure you bundle up. I hear it gets pretty cold up there. He pauses, then adds with a grin. Not that you're not used to the cold. I keep my smile professional, even though I'm imagining his face on a dartboard. I'll be fine. Hey, Richard and I are playing racquetball Sunday after we get back if you want to join. Another pause. This one perfectly timed for maximum condescension. Oh wait, you don't play, do you? No, I'm usually working on Sundays. Right. He nods like I've just confirmed something he suspected. Well, good luck in Vermont. May the best executive win. He veers toward his office, already pulling out his phone, probably to text Richard about their stupid racquetball game. I stand in the hallway for a moment, briefcase handle digging into my palm. May the best executive win. As if we're on equal footing. As if he hasn't been Richard's racquetball buddy for 3 years while I've been the one actually doing the work. I head to my office and close the door a little harder than necessary. I work in my office for the rest of the day, booking a flight to Vermont and gathering up data for when I get there. I contact the mayor to tell him I'm coming so I'm not fumbling around blind. I get a quick response telling me the chamber director will personally show me around the town. With everything settled, I pull on my coat and leave my office. The hallways are quiet, but it's not unusual for me to leave after everyone else. I click off the lights and get into the elevator. My Manhattan apartment is a short subway commute, and I grab a takeout salad before hopping on. 15 minutes later, I'm entering my apartment complex. The doorman nods at me as he lets me in. Miss Sterling. Mr. Jenkins, I say with my usual polite smile. As I walk to the elevator, I hear him greet a couple with a warm, "Happy holidays." And I wonder if I ever told him not to greet me that way, or if he just picked up on it. It's kind of odd, but I don't think too much about it. The elevator stops at my floor and I step off. As I pass by Mrs. Wang struggling to hang a wreath that is twice as large as she is, her balance on her footstool falters. I yelp, tossing my briefcase and grab the wreath so she doesn't face plant right in front of me. Mrs. Wang hangs onto it like it's her life preserver. Whoa, I say. Need some help? She nods appreciatively. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. I get it situated on the hook and help Mrs. Wang down from the footstool. There. She wipes stray pine needles off her shirt. Come in for a little hot cocoa, would you? I've been baking. No, thank you, I say, already hearing her loud Christmas music through the door. I have work to do. I pick up my briefcase and take out salad and clutch them like a shield. Her smile falters. You work too hard, dear. I have to pay the bills, I say, smiling. Have a good evening, Mrs. Wang. I unlock my apartment and walk in, relieved that I don't have to make more small talk with the neighbors. Mrs. Wang and her husband are lovely people, but I can't take any more questions about what I'm doing for the holidays. I flip on my lights and sigh. I walk across the polished wood floor, my heels clicking. The throw pillows on my white sofa are perfectly spaced. The coffee table books about Parisian architecture and minimalist design are stacked just so. Everything is as I left it. Perfect. I open the refrigerator, already knowing what I'll find. A bottle of Perrier, 3 takeout containers I should probably throw away, and that fancy truffle mustard I bought 6 months ago and still haven't opened. I pull out the sparkling water and pour myself a glass, the sound of it filling the silence. Through the wall, I hear Mrs. Wang's Christmas music. Then I hear her husband say something and her genuine laughter joins in, warm and full. I take a sip of water and look around my apartment, taking in the modern art I bought because the gallery owner said it was an investment piece. The designer rug that cost more than most people's monthly rent. The dining table that seats 6 but has only ever seated me. Everything here is exactly what I wanted, exactly what I worked for, exactly what success is supposed to look like. I pick up my phone and scroll through my contacts, looking for someone to text, someone to call, someone to tell about James and his smug face and the VP promotion that's finally within reach. But my thumb hovers over the screen, not landing anywhere. My college roommate moved to Singapore 2 years ago. My work friends are, well, they're work friends. And my mother, no, definitely not my mother, who would somehow make this conversation about why I'm still single at 30. I set the phone down and open my salad. Outside my window, the city glitters with 1,000 lights, alive with people heading to dinners and parties and homes filled with noise and mess and other people. I watch a couple walk by on the sidewalk below, the man pulling the woman close against the cold, both of them laughing at something. The monstera plant in the corner of my kitchen catches my eye. It's dropping another leaf, despite the fact that I pay someone to come water it once a week. We're both hanging on, I think. Both expensively maintained and slowly dying anyway. I shake my head and open my laptop. This is ridiculous. I have everything. A huge office, a promotion on the horizon, an apartment most people would kill for. I don't need noise and mess and other people. I need to focus. 5 days in Vermont. That's all. Then I'll come back here, get the VP title, and I'll be able to be happy. I close my laptop and head to my bedroom. Might as well start packing. I slide open my closet and start pulling out options for Vermont. My camel wool coat, definitely. Classic, professional, and it photographs beautifully. I lay it across my bed. The black cashmere turtleneck, my favorite slim-cut trousers, the cream silk blouse. I add my leather ankle boots with the tasteful 2-inch heel, and my structured leather tote. Everything neutral, everything polished, everything that says I'm a serious executive who should be taken seriously. Vermont isn't that different from the city, right? Small town, sure, but I'm meeting with the Chamber of Commerce, touring potential filming locations, taking meetings. This is business. Professional attire is professional attire anywhere. I check my flight. Tomorrow at 7 in the morning. It's just a few days. 5 days to scout the location, charm the locals, take perfect photos, write the perfect report, and beat James's smug face to the VP position. I look at my carefully curated wardrobe spread across the bed and smile. How hard could it be? Chapter 2. Gabriel Brooks. I hum along with Bing Crosby singing Silent Night as I flip a pancake on the stove. Josie comes running into the kitchen, her face frantic, her blonde hair flying. "Dad, where is my black headband?" "Check the drawer in the bathroom," I say as I grab the syrup out of the microwave. Sadie walks in like she owns the world, her Halloween princess tiara on her head. She's wearing a bright pink turtleneck and her favorite pair of K-pop Demon Hunter underwear. Josie looks at the tiara and snorts in her superior I'm the older twin way. "You can't wear that to school." Sadie frowns as her hands fly up to her head. "Yes, I can. Christmas is coming. It's festive, right, Dad?" She pouts up at me. I bite my lower lip to keep from laughing. "You can wear the tiara. Just put on some pants, okay?" The twins both break down in giggles and scurry off. I grab the spatula and take the last pancake off the heat. It's not easy being a single dad, but my 6-year-old twin daughters mean everything to me. As I'm putting butter on a pancake, my phone chimes with a text. It's from the mayor. "Don't forget, the Meridian Plus exec arrives this afternoon. This is important for the town, Gabriel. Make a good impression." I roll my eyes. As if today wasn't already busy enough. I have to babysit some high-strung streaming executive. Yay, me. Guilt creeps in, and I send off a quick acknowledgement. This is a good opportunity for the town. I shouldn't have such a bad attitude about it. The twins scarf down their breakfast, and I pile them into the car to take them to school. As I pull up to the school, the crossing guard waves at me. I roll down my window so I can hear her. "Hey, Gabriel. We're looking forward to the tree lighting ceremony." "Great, Shelley. I'll see you and Harold there." She grins at me. We're bringing the grandkids. That sounds fun. I put the car into park and motion to the girls. Give me hugs. Have a good day at school. Sadie hesitates, her hand on the door handle. Daddy, can reindeer really fly? Of course they can, I say. Josie shakes her head like she knows the truth. They can't fly unless they eat the sparkly oats. Right, Daddy? Ah, right. I forgot about that part. We'd made magic reindeer oats one year, sprinkling them on the snow in front of our house. Apparently, it made a big impression on Josie. The girls lean over to me and give me hugs before they get out of the car. I try not to hold on too long. They're growing up too fast, already in first grade. Time sure has flown by. It seems like yesterday when I was holding them as tiny newborn bundles. The memory of me, the twins, and Amanda comes back unbidden. It physically hurts me to see her image in my head. Her long blonde hair, her smile, bright and holding back a laugh. The way she was when we first met. Now I only see her once a year, when I take the twins to her for the summer. And that's only if she's not too busy. This last summer, she bailed on us. I shake off the image of Amanda. Now is not the time to be ruminating. I drive to my office, taking note of the slippery streets. It snowed again last night, but the plows have already come through. They just need to salt some areas. I walk into the Chamber of Commerce. Dorothy, my assistant, is hanging tinsel on the tree, and the smell of freshly baked cookies is in the air. You baked? I ask as I walk around the desk. Dorothy has been running the Chamber of Commerce office for the last 20 years. She's efficient, and at 63, she's like a grandmother to my girls. She finishes hanging the tinsel and turns to me. I thought it might give us a more homey feel. Too much? Nope. It's perfect. I grab a shortbread cookie and take a bite. Buttery sweetness fills my mouth. Who wouldn't love Dorothy's cookies? Are you nervous? She straightens the figurines from the nativity scene. What's to be nervous about? I just have to show her all the great things about this city. We are America's most magical Christmas town, right? I flash a smile at her. Still, a lot is riding on this. It could bring in a lot of tourism dollars. Now you sound like Bob. He kept going on and on about how important this is for the city. Well, he is the mayor. I hold in an eye roll. He ran against Teddy Grimshaw. I mean, Teddy wanted to rename the town so we could get corporate sponsorship. Dorothy laughs, but before she can respond, the phone rings. She answers and then listens. Oh yes, one moment. She holds her hand over the end piece. It's for you. I take the phone from Dorothy. Gabriel Brooks. Gabriel, it's Tom from Public Works. We've got a situation with the downtown tree setup. We're way behind. And I don't think we're going to make it in time. Half the volunteers didn't show, and I've got ornaments out my eyeballs. I'll be right there. I hang up and grab my coat. Dorothy, I'll be back in an hour. If the Meridian Plus executive shows up early, just offer him cookies and stall. She gives me a knowing look. Go, we'll manage. I race over there, wondering where all the volunteers went. I'd gotten verbal commitments from all of them. When I arrive, the massive Christmas tree in the center of the square is only half decorated, which means I need to finish it before the executive arrives at 11. I grab the box of ornaments and carry the ladder over to the tree. It's a beautiful Douglas fir, nearly 20 feet tall, and it took 6 guys to get it positioned yesterday. The bottom half is covered in lights and ornaments, but the top half is still bare. Looking good, Gabriel, Mrs. Patterson calls from across the square. She's setting up her hot chocolate stand for the afternoon crowd. Thanks, Mrs. P. I climb up the ladder, balancing the box of ornaments on the top rung. The ladder wobbles slightly, and I make a mental note to get a sturdier one next year. I'm reaching up to hang a silver snowflake ornament when I hear a car pull up behind me. Must be someone parking for the shops. I stretch higher, hooking the ornament on a branch near the top. Come on, a woman's voice mutters from somewhere below. 1 bar. Just give me 1 bar of signal. I glance down and freeze. A woman in a fancy coat is walking backward across the square, her phone held up in the air like she's trying to summon a signal from the heavens. She's not looking where she's going. She's heading straight for my ladder. Hey! Watch out! Too late. She backs right into the ladder. The impact sends a shudder up through the metal frame. I grab for the only thing to steady myself, the tree trunk, but my hand closes on nothing but pine needles. The ladder tilts. I'm falling. Instinct takes over and I lunge for the tree, wrapping my arms and legs around the middle. The tree sways left, then right, but still stays upright. And for one blessed second, I think I've saved myself. Then I hear the ominous creak of the tree stand and a large crack. Oh no, my weight is too much. The whole tree pitches forward, pulling me with it. I close my eyes, not wanting to see my life flash before them. My shoulder takes the brunt of my fall, and I let go of the tree, rolling to get away from it as ornaments shatter. Pine needles explode into the air. The strand of light sparks once, then goes dark. I end up on my side in the snow, the wind knocked out of me. For a moment, all I can hear is the ringing in my ears and Mrs. Patterson's shocked gasp from across the square. Then I hear heels clicking rapidly across the pavement. Oh no, no, no. Are you okay? The woman in the fancy coat is kneeling beside me, her phone forgotten. I'm so sorry. I didn't see the ladder. I wasn't looking. Are you hurt? I push myself up to sitting, brushing pine needles out of my hair. My shoulder aches where I landed, but nothing feels broken. I'm fine. I look past her at the fallen tree snapped in half, ornament shards glittering in the snow, the tree that took 6 guys to raise, the centerpiece of our town square, the first thing the Meridian Plus executive is supposed to see when he arrives. The tree, I say weakly. I know. I'm so sorry. She stands up, wringing her hands. Up close, I can see she's younger than I thought. Maybe early 30s. Her dark hair is pulled back in some kind of fancy twist, and her coat probably costs more than my monthly mortgage. She looks like she stepped out of a magazine. And she just destroyed our Christmas tree. Is there anything I can do? I can help you? Pick it up? Put it back? I almost laugh. Put it back. Like it's a lamp that fell over, not a 20-foot tree with a cracked trunk. It's too late for that. I really am so sorry. She looks genuinely distressed, which makes me feel slightly less homicidal. I was just trying to get a signal. My GPS died, and I have an important meeting, and... She stops, biting her lip. None of that matters. I destroyed your tree. I'll pay for it. Just tell me how much. I climb to my feet, testing my shoulder. It's going to be sore tomorrow, but I'll live. A few people have gathered around now, staring at the broken tree. Great. Perfect. This is exactly what I needed today. I gesture at the snapped trunk. Because a normal fallen tree would be too easy to fix. You really went for the gold here. She stammers, and her eyes get glossy, which makes me feel extremely guilty. It's fine, I say quickly, even though it's not fine. I'll think of something. The tree lighting ceremony is in 4 days. I say that last part mostly to myself. She pales. 4 days? Yeah. I run a hand through my hair, trying to think. We can't do a tree lighting without a tree. The whole town will be there. The kids, the families, everyone who's been looking forward to this for months. I don't suppose you know where I can get a 20-foot Douglas fir in the next 24 hours? No. She looks down at the fallen tree, then back at me. Her expression shifts from distressed to determined. But I can help you figure it out. I'm good at logistics. It's literally my job. Your job, I repeat. Something about the way she said it. Logistics, important meeting, clicks into place. No, it can't be. Yes. She straightens her shoulders, clearly trying to regain some composure despite the pine needles now stuck to her expensive coat. I'll fix this. I promise. It's just that right now I'm supposed to be meeting with the Chamber of Commerce director. His name is Gabriel Brooks. Could you tell me where I can find the office? My stomach drops. You're kidding. No, I'm serious. I really need to. You're the executive, I say flatly. From Meridian Plus. She blinks. Yes, I'm Vivian Sterling. She extends her hand automatically, then seems to realize how absurd the gesture is given that we're standing in a debris field of broken ornaments and scattered pine branches. Wait, how did you know? I don't take her hand. Because I'm Gabriel Brooks. Her face goes through several expressions in rapid succession: confusion, realization, horror. Her hand drops to her side. You're. Oh no. Oh yes. I look at the destroyed tree, then back at her. At her expensive coat and her impractical heels and her perfectly styled hair. At this polished city executive who just destroyed our town's Christmas centerpiece 5 minutes after arriving. This is the person who's supposed to decide if our town is good enough for her company's movies. The person I'm supposed to impress. The person our entire economic future might depend on. And I just made her feel terrible for knocking down our Christmas tree. Well, I say, trying to lighten my voice, but I still hear the edge in it. Welcome to Evergreen Falls, Ms. Sterling. Chapter 3. Vivian Sterling. I'm standing in the wreckage of what used to be Evergreen Falls Town Christmas tree, and I'm pretty sure my career just ended in the most humiliating way possible. Plus, it's like 50 degrees below zero, and this coat is not nearly as warm as I thought it would be. Gabriel Brooks is staring at me like I just kicked a puppy. This is the man I need to work with all week. My guide. The one who is supposed to help me win and get the VP position. His dark hair is full of pine needles, there's a smudge of dirt on his jaw, and he keeps rubbing his shoulder. Because I knocked him off a ladder. And broke a 20-foot tree in half. On my first day, not even that, my first 10 minutes. Welcome to Evergreen Falls, Ms. Sterling, he says under his breath, like he wishes I would disappear. I deserve that. I deserve worse than that. A crowd has gathered around us. There are townspeople in winter coats staring at the fallen tree like I've committed a cardinal sin. Which I suppose I have. There's an older woman with white hair covering her mouth in shock. A man in a flannel shirt is shaking his head. And a little kid has started crying. Santa's tree is broken, the kid wails. My throat tightens. Oh heavens, I broke Santa's tree, I'm horrible. A car screeches to a halt. An older woman gets out and hurries over, looking between us with concern. Gabriel, are you hurt? I'm fine, Dorothy. He brushes pine needles off his jacket, not looking at me. How did you even know? Tom called me. Gabriel motions to me. Dorothy, this is Vivian Sterling. She's from Meridian Plus. Dorothy turns to me, her eyes wide. Oh, goodness. You're the executive. Did you get hurt, too? I shake my head. No. I'm kind of the one who caused this. She pauses, glancing at the tree, then back at me. Really? It was an accident, I say quickly. I wasn't looking where I was going. I'll pay for everything. The tree, the ornaments, whatever needs to be replaced. Gabriel finally looks at me. His brown eyes are filled with frustration, but he shakes his head. You don't have to do that. I ignore him and pull out my phone, fingers already moving toward my notes app. Damage assessment. Solution planning. This is what I do. I fix impossible problems. Are you taking pictures? Gabriel asks, his tone incredulous. No, I'm making notes. I look up at him. My feet are freezing in the snow, so I stomp them a little as I talk. There has to be a solution. Another tree, emergency delivery, something. It's warm inside the chamber office. Gabriel interrupts. And there's Wi-Fi. You don't have to stand here in the cold. My heart softens. That's so sweet of him to notice that I'm freezing cold. Dorothy gently touches Gabriel's arm. That's a good idea. I'll make coffee. Gabriel runs a hand through his hair, dislodging some pine needles. I need to call the tree farm. See if they have another tree. Somehow. Let me help, I say. Please, I'm good at impossible logistics. He looks skeptical, but after a long moment, he nods. Fine. You can help. Follow me in your rental. I'll take you to the office. I nod. I get into my rental car and follow Gabriel in his truck. The Chamber of Commerce office is several blocks away, but not hard to find, and I feel frustrated that my GPS was so stupid. I park out front and follow Gabriel inside. The chamber office is exactly what I'd expect from a small Vermont town. Cozy, cluttered, and smelling like fresh-baked cookies. There's a Christmas tree in the corner covered in tinsel, and a nativity scene on the bookshelf. Dorothy immediately bustles off to make coffee, while Gabriel moves behind the desk and picks up the phone. I stand awkwardly by the door, still in my thin camel coat, picking off pine needles clinging to the wool. I probably look ridiculous. I feel ridiculous. Gabriel motions to one of the visitors' chairs, and I sit and pull out my laptop. Gabriel dials, waits, then speaks into the phone. Hey, Jim, it's Gabriel Brooks. Listen, I have a situation. As Gabriel works on calling all of his contacts, I pull out my phone and text my assistant. Beth, I need every tree farm within 200 miles of Evergreen Falls, Vermont. Commercial and private. Yes, right now. Gabriel glances over at me, eyebrows raised. You work on your usual contacts. I'll try some of the tree farms further out, I say. He looks like he wants to argue, but his phone rings before he can. He answers, listens, then sighs. No, I understand. Thanks for checking. Dorothy returns with a tray. It has coffee in mismatched mugs and a plate of homemade cookies. She sets it on the desk between us. Any luck? Not yet. Gabriel picks up his coffee, takes a long sip. He looks exhausted. My phone buzzes. Beth sent me a list of 12 tree farms. I start calling, working my way down the spreadsheet. Name, location, available inventory, delivery options, cost. Gabriel watches me work, and I can feel his eyes on me. I'm in my element now. Organized, efficient, professional. This I can do. On my 7th call, I hit gold. Yes, I need a Douglas fir, 20 to 22 feet, emergency delivery to Evergreen Falls, Vermont. I listen, typing notes. You do? That's perfect. How much for delivery tomorrow? I wince at the number, but don't hesitate. Done. Can you also dispose of the broken tree? I'm thrilled when he says yes. Great. I'll email you the details and my credit card information within the hour. Thank you so much. I hang up and look at Gabriel. There's a tree farm in New Hampshire. They have a 22-foot Douglas fir. They can deliver tomorrow morning at 9 and take away the one I broke. Gabriel stares at me. Tomorrow? Yes, it's going to cost extra for the emergency delivery, but I'll cover it. And I'll pay for replacement ornaments and lights. You don't have to. I destroyed your tree. I'm paying for the replacement. I meet his eyes, trying to convey how serious I am. It's the least I can do. Dorothy beams at me. Vivian, that's wonderful. Gabriel is quiet for a moment, processing. Then he says, there's still a problem. We need the people to raise it. I can get a crane, but the crew who helped with the last tree are all working tomorrow. I think for a moment, an idea forming. What if we made it a community event? Get volunteers, turn the tree raising into a town gathering. Make it fun instead of a crisis. Gabriel tilts his head, considering. That could actually work. People love being part of something. I continue, warming to the idea. We could ask for volunteers, provide food and drinks, make it feel special. It's not just fixing a problem. It's bringing people together. Dorothy claps her hands. Vivian, that's brilliant. Gabriel, we could place calls to the chamber members. Get everyone involved. Gabriel's expression softens. Yeah, that could work. He looks at me, and for the first time since I knocked down his tree, he almost smiles. Okay, let's do it. We spend the next hour coordinating. Gabriel makes calls to volunteers, explaining the situation with warmth and humor. I'm struck by how he talks to people. He knows everyone by name and asks about their families. These aren't just constituents to him. They're his neighbors, his friends. Yeah, Bill, someone knocked over our tree, Gabriel says into the phone, laughing. No, not the wind. A very apologetic executive from Manhattan. He glances at me, his eyes crinkling. She's making it right, though. We're raising a new tree tomorrow at 10. Can you operate the crane? I feel oddly pleased that he called me apologetic instead of destructive. We create a plan. The tree arrives at 10. We raise the tree and then decorate it after lunch. Gabriel makes a list of who's bringing what equipment. I take notes on my laptop, organizing everything into a timeline. We'll need food for everyone, Gabriel says, tapping his pen against his notepad. Hot drinks. I can arrange catering. We don't do catering here. He looks up at me and his expression is gentle, not condescending. We do potluck. Everyone brings something. It's how we do things. Potluck. How quaint. But I see the way his face lights up when he talks about people bringing their signature dishes, about Mrs. Patterson making her famous hot chocolate, about the community coming together. This matters to him in a way that goes beyond professional responsibility. Dorothy excuses herself to run an errand, leaving Gabriel and me alone in the office. The silence stretches between us, awkward now that we don't have logistics to discuss. I really am sorry, I say again. I know I keep saying it, but I mean it. Gabriel sighs and leans back in his chair. I know, and I'm sorry for being harsh earlier. It's just, this town means a lot to me. Christmas means a lot to me. And that tree, he trails off, something painful flickering across his face. I want to ask why it's so personal, but I don't push. We just met, and I've already caused enough damage for one day. Thank you, Gabriel says, meeting my eyes, for helping fix this. You didn't have to. Yes, I did. It's my fault. Still, I appreciate it. He offers a small smile. Even if you did demolish our Christmas centerpiece. I surprise myself by almost laughing. I promise not to back into anything else while I'm here. Probably a good policy. For a moment, our eyes meet and something shifts. The tension eases. Maybe we can actually work together after all. Then his phone alarm goes off. Gabriel checks it and groans. The girls. I'm supposed to pick up the twins from school. Twins? I ask. My daughters, Sadie and Josie. They're 6. The color drains from his face. I'm so sorry. I have to leave, but I don't want to leave you sitting here alone. That would be awful of me. I haven't even showed you any of the town yet. But that was my late alarm. I have to leave now. I'll come with you, I hear myself say. You can show me some of the town after we pick them up. Then we can go get replacement lights and ornaments. He hesitates, looking at me like he's trying to figure out if I'm serious. My truck isn't exactly... It's fine. It's my fault for knocking you off the ladder. I think I can handle your truck. He almost smiles again. Okay, let's go. Gabriel's truck is old but well-maintained, with booster seats in the back and a faint smell of coffee and crayons. There are juice box straws on the floor. The glove box is covered in princess stickers and a hair tie looped around the gear shift. It's lived in and loved, and so completely different from my pristine rental car. Gabriel drives just slightly faster than he probably should, checking the time on the dashboard every few seconds. Are you very late? I ask. No, but you don't know Josie. She worries when I'm not right on time. Something about the way he says it makes my chest tighten. We pull up to the elementary school, and Gabriel's already 5 minutes late. 2 identical little girls are waiting with a teacher, bundled in puffy winter coats. One's wearing a princess tiara. The other is wearing a practical headband. The moment they see Gabriel's truck, their faces light up. Gabriel jumps out. I'm so sorry, girls. I got held up. The one with the tiara runs to him. It's okay, Daddy. She doesn't seem bothered at all. She must be Sadie. The other twin, who must be Josie, crosses her arms. You're 12 minutes late? Gabriel scoops them both into a hug, kissing the tops of their heads. I know, sweetheart. I'm sorry. I'll do better next time. I watch from the passenger seat, something unexpected happening in my chest. He's so gentle, attentive, and completely present. He's not distracted or impatient. He listens to them and tries to address Josie's concerns. I can tell he really cares. Sadie spots me through the windshield. Daddy, who's that? This is Miss Sterling. She's visiting our town for work. Both twins pile into the back seat, and suddenly I'm being stared at by two pairs of identical brown eyes. Why is she in your truck? Josie asks, suspicious. She's helping me with a project. Are you Daddy's friend? Sadie asks. I shift awkwardly in my seat. We just met today. Do you like Christmas? Sadie's voice is so hopeful. Like this is the most important question in the world. I can't tell these little kids I hate Christmas. I already broke their tree. Yes? I lie. Josie narrows her eyes. You don't sound sure. Gabriel catches my eye and I can see he's fighting a smile. He's not going to help me. I like Christmas, I say more firmly. If I'm going to lie, I might as well make it convincing. Sadie beams. Me too. It's the best. We have a tree and lights and cookies and we're going to see Santa and… Sadie, breathe, Gabriel says gently. Josie is still studying me. Where are you from? New York City. Do they have Christmas there? Yes, we have Christmas in New York. But do they have good Christmas? With magic? I don't know how to answer that. The Christmases I remember from my childhood were full of catered parties and expensive gifts, but I wouldn't call them magic. I was expected to perform for my parents' friends, be the perfect child. And the last Christmas I celebrated was just filled with bitter disappointment. But I can't say that to a 6-year-old. It's different there, I settle on. Sadie launches into a description of the tree lighting ceremony. It's the best night ever. Everyone comes. There's hot chocolate with marshmallows. Even the grumpy people smile. And Daddy lights the tree. I don't actually throw the switch, Gabriel corrects. The mayor is the one that makes the speech and lights the tree. But you set it all up. You're the most important part, Josie says with such matter-of-fact certainty that I have to smile. As we drive, Gabriel points out the charming way the town renames all of the mom and pop stores with Christmas names, the mailbox where kids can write to Santa, and the street that is affectionately called Candy Cane Lane, where all the homes go all out with decorations. I watch Gabriel as he drives. He constantly checks on the girls. When Josie mentions she's hungry, he says, "There are crackers in the side pocket of your backpack." When Sadie's princess tiara slips down over her eyes, he reaches back at a stoplight to adjust it without being asked. These little girls clearly adore him, and watching him with them, I start to understand why. Gabriel pulls up to a modest but charming house with Christmas lights strung along the porch and wreaths on the windows. It looks warm and lived in and loved. He turns to the girls. You two be good for Mrs. Henderson. I'll be home as soon as I can. Miss Sterling and I have to run and get some new ornaments. Okay, they say in chorus. As they are getting out of the car, Sadie stops and turns to me. Miss Sterling, are you coming to the tree lighting? I'm caught off guard. Why does this little girl care? I figured I'd have my evenings off to relax, and doing anything Christmassy is not relaxing to me. I'll be working while I'm here, so… You need to come, Josie insists. It's tradition. Gabriel shrugs. Well, it would give you some photo opportunities. We'll see, I say, and both girls brighten. The twins run off toward the house, and an older woman opens the door for them. Gabriel waves to them, then throws the truck into drive. The nearest store with the kind of ornaments we need is in Burlington. Are you okay going with me? I could go pick them up by myself if you'd rather. Guilt constricts my throat. No, I'll go with you. It's my incompetence that got us here. I can hear my mother calling me incompetent, and I cringe. His eyes soften and he shakes his head. It was just a simple mistake. No need to keep beating yourself up over it. For some reason, that makes my chest tight. He's already forgiven me for knocking down the town tree? I take in a deep breath and relax a little bit into the seat. He's probably just being polite. Thanks. Chapter 4. Gabriel Brooks. I adjust the heat level as I change lanes on the highway. My truck always takes forever to heat up, and Vivian Sterling is sitting in my passenger seat rubbing her hands together. Her clothes look expensive. They probably cost more than my mortgage payment, but obviously aren't very practical for this weather. Her hair is still pulled back in that sleek style, but a few strands have escaped, curling slightly at her temples. They make her look less severe. I keep my eyes on the road. So, she says, breaking the silence that settled between us. I have a question. Shoot. What exactly is the name of your town? I glance at her, confused. Evergreen Falls. Why? She presses her lips together, and I can see her fighting back a laugh. And what kind of tree did I just destroy? An evergreen. I still don't get where she's going with this. An evergreen, she repeats, and then her shoulders start shaking. I knocked down an evergreen tree in Evergreen Falls. The absurdity of it hits me a beat later, and despite the ruined tree, the scramble to find a replacement, and the stress of being behind schedule, I feel laughter bubble up in my chest. Oh my, Vivian says, covering her face with her hands. I'm that person. I'm the disaster city woman who shows up and immediately destroys the town's namesake tree. To be fair, I say, grinning now, it's not the evergreen tree the town is named after. That doesn't make it better. But she's laughing too, really laughing, and the sound fills my truck. I didn't expect her to laugh like this. Open and genuine and completely unguarded. What's next? She asks. Do I accidentally ruin the falls somehow? Dry them up or something? Please don't give the universe ideas. She drops her hands, and her smile is so real, so different from the polished professional mask she wore this morning, that something in my chest tightens uncomfortably. This is what she looks like when she's being real, when she's not being the perfect executive. I mentally shake my head. I don't need to be noticing things like that. I should probably add this to my report, she says, still grinning. Day 1, destroyed town Christmas tree. Town somehow still speaking to me. We're very forgiving people. Or very desperate for the movie deal. That too, I admit, and we both laugh again. The highway stretches out ahead of us, and I settle into the drive. 40 minutes to Burlington, 40 minutes back. The twins are safe with Mrs. Henderson. Dorothy has the volunteer list under control, and for the first time today, I can actually breathe. Tell me about the 12 Days Festival, Vivian says, looking out the window at the Vermont landscape rolling by. That's one of your main traditions, right? I'm surprised she remembers from the materials we sent. Most executives just skim that stuff. Yeah, we do different events each of the 12 days leading up to Christmas. Gingerbread house competition, ice skating party, Christmas movie night in the square, that kind of thing. And people actually come to all of them? Yes, it's a small town. Not a lot else going on. I catch her expression and add, that's not a bad thing. People show up for each other here. It sounds nice, she says, and I can't tell if she means it or if she's just being polite. We fall into light conversation, small talk that doesn't require much, but I find myself watching her from the corner of my eye, noticing things I shouldn't be noticing. The way she's relaxed into the passenger seat, no longer sitting rigid and uptight. The way she looks at the mountains like she's actually seeing them, not just cataloging them for her report. The way she stopped checking her phone every 30 seconds. Thank you, she says suddenly, for not making a bigger deal about the tree. I know I messed up. Accidents happen. I merge onto the exit for Burlington. At least you didn't burn down Santa's house or flood the ice skating rink. Hey, there's still time. Maybe I can trip over the extension cords on Candy Cane Lane and cause a blackout. She grins at me and it seems real and genuine. Something about making her smile feels like winning. The Home Depot parking lot is packed with holiday shoppers. I find a spot near the back, and we walk across the asphalt together. The December wind cuts right through the lot, and Vivian pulls her expensive-looking coat tighter around herself. Cold? I ask. I'm fine. You're shivering. I'm fine, she insists, but her teeth are chattering. I shake my head and unwind the scarf from around my neck. It's just worn flannel. Nothing fancy, but at least it's warm. Here. I don't need... Vivian. I hold it out. You're going to freeze, and I can't have you getting hypothermia before you write your report. Take the scarf. She hesitates, then takes it and wraps it around her neck. It looks ridiculous with her expensive coat, but her expression softens in a way that does something weird to my pulse. Thank you. Don't mention it. Inside, the store is chaos. Christmas music is blaring from overhead speakers, people are everywhere, and carts are piled high with decorations and lights. Vivian bristles, and I wonder if it's the blaring music or if she's just not used to places like Home Depot. Luckily, I don't think this will take long. I grab a cart and head for the Christmas section with the confidence of someone who's done this way too many times. Okay, I say, pulling out my phone to check the list I made. We need about 300 feet of lights. 300? It's a big tree, and we need about 15 boxes of the large ornaments. I scan the shelves, looking for the style of ornament we bought before. The good news is everything's on sale. The bad news? Everyone else in Vermont had the same idea. We wade into the crowd together, and I'm hyper-aware of her presence beside me. We walk down 3 aisles, but I can't find what I'm looking for. I sigh. This isn't going to work. They're out of the large ornaments. Can small ones work? She asks. They don't have enough of one kind. The tree will look mismatched and terrible. I rake my hand through my hair. This is a disaster. Vivian gets that calculating look in her eye that I recognize as her problem-solving face. What if we use the different colors and styles intentionally? What do you mean? We could arrange the mismatched ornaments by color. Maybe deep reds and golds at the bottom, transitioning through blues and silvers and whites toward the top. If we focus on color flow rather than matching styles, we can create an ombre or gradient effect. Then the variety in sizes and shapes becomes intentional. My jaw drops. That's brilliant. She smiles and her eyes sparkle. It's a good look on her. Thanks, she says, blushing. Stop it, I tell myself firmly. She's leaving in less than a week. Plus, she's a successful executive from the city. She's everything Amanda wanted to be, and actually left me for. I can't start to like her that way. What about these? Vivian holds up a box filled with classic red and gold balls. The reds are deep and perfect for her solution. Those are great. Grab 6 boxes. We work our way through the section, filling the cart with lights, ornaments, extension cords, extra hooks. Vivian has a good eye for what will work, and she doesn't complain about the budget constraints, doesn't suggest anything too elaborate or expensive. You're pretty good at this, I say, loading another box into the cart. At shopping? At practical decorating. I figured you'd want something more, I don't know, fancy. I point to her clothes and instantly regret it. She looks at me and something shifts in her expression. I know how to work within a budget, Gabriel. That's literally my job. Right. Sorry, I didn't mean... Darn it, that came out wrong. I offended her. It's fine. But her voice has gone slightly cool, and I mentally kick myself for the assumption. We continue shopping in silence for a few minutes, the easy rapport from the truck fading. I'm debating whether to apologize again when we both reach for a box of silver ornaments at the same time. Our hands collide. My fingers brush against hers and we both freeze. Her skin is surprisingly soft, warm. A zing of attraction shoots through me. Sorry, Vivian says, pulling back quickly. No, you get it. I was just, this silver would be perfect. Yeah, good call. I'm very aware of how close she is, how I can smell her perfume. It's something subtle and expensive that makes me think of winter and cedar and things I shouldn't be thinking about. Our eyes meet, and for a moment neither of us moves. I feel that pull, that dangerous awareness of how her eyes are more green than gray in this light, how she has tiny freckles across her nose that I didn't notice before. She looks away first, clearing her throat. We should probably get moving. You said you wanted to be back before dinner. Right, yeah. I grab the silver ornaments and add them to the cart, mentally shaking myself. Get it together, Brooks. We're heading toward the checkout when Vivian stops abruptly. I follow her gaze to an elderly woman struggling with a cart piled high with what looks like an entire Christmas display. The woman is tiny, maybe 70, and she's trying to lift a box of outdoor lights that clearly weighs more than she should be handling. Excuse me, Vivian says, already moving toward her. Can I help you with that? The woman looks up, surprised. Oh, I don't want to be a bother. It's no bother. Vivian is already lifting the box, settling it carefully in the woman's cart. These are heavy. Are you decorating your whole house? My grandchildren are coming for Christmas, the woman says, her face lighting up. I want everything to be perfect. It's their first Christmas since their mother passed. I'm trying to make it special. A softness comes over her expression. I'm sure it will be beautiful, she says gently. They're lucky to have you. The woman pats Vivian's hand. You're a sweet girl. Your husband is a lucky man. Oh, we're not? Vivian glances at me, a flush coloring her cheeks. We're not married. Well, you should be. You make a lovely couple. The woman smiles at us both before pushing her cart away, humming along to the Christmas music. Vivian stands there, that slight blush still on her cheeks. Sorry about that. Nothing to apologize for. I study her face, seeing past the polished exterior to something softer underneath. That was really nice. What you did. It was just a box of lights. It was more than that. I mean it. I saw the genuine kindness in her expression, the way she listened to the woman's story instead of just helping and moving on. The way she didn't rush away or make it awkward. You didn't have to do that. She reminded me of my grandmother, Vivian says quietly, then seems to catch herself. Anyway, it was nothing. But it wasn't nothing, and I feel my carefully constructed assumptions about her cracking a little more. I thought she was a polished city executive who didn't care about real people. We check out, and I insist on using the chamber credit card since it's for the town. She's not happy about it, but she lets me. We load everything into the truck bed. The sun is starting to set as we head back toward Evergreen Falls, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. The drive feels different now. Quieter, but not uncomfortable. Can I ask you something? Vivian says as we pass the Welcome to Evergreen Falls sign. Sure. Why did you take this job? Chamber of Commerce director, I mean. You don't strike me as someone who loves sitting in board meetings and filing paperwork. I smile because she's right. I don't. But it's good hours, and it lets me be there for my girls. When the position opened up 2 years ago, I needed something stable, something that wouldn't take me away from them too much. So here I am. That's a good reason, she says softly. What about you? How'd you end up at Meridian Plus? Worked my way up. Started as an assistant right out of college, moved to coordinator, then junior executive. I'm actually up for a promotion if this week goes well. The VP position would be... She trails off, staring out the window. It would be the culmination of 8 years of work. There's a bit of pride in her voice, but also something else. Exhaustion, maybe. Or doubt. Do you like it? I ask. The work, I mean. She's quiet for a long moment. I'm good at it. That's not an answer, and we both know it. But I don't push. We just met today, even if it feels like longer. I pull up next to her rental car in front of the chamber office. The Christmas lights are starting to come on along Main Street, and the town looks like a postcard. Well, all except for the felled tree that someone put caution tape around. Thanks for the help today, I say. I know this wasn't exactly on your itinerary. It's fine. It was. She pauses, and I see a genuine smile cross her face. It was actually kind of fun, once I got over the mortification. I grin. The evergreen tree and Evergreen Falls thing? We're never speaking of it again. But she's smiling. We sit there for a moment, neither of us moving to get out. I know I should say goodbye, let her go, but instead I find myself asking, where are you staying? The Evergreen Inn. It's off Maple Street. Yeah, I know it. Good place? Martha runs it. She'll probably try to adopt you before the week's out. She does that with all the guests. Vivian laughs, a real laugh that I'm starting to really like the sound of. Good to know. I take a breath. Listen, could you come by the chamber office around 9? I want to make sure we have enough volunteers to start decorating right after the potluck since we're behind schedule. Right, yes, I'll be there. I can help make calls. Great. I drum my fingers on the steering wheel, not quite ready for her to leave yet, but not sure what else to say. And Vivian? Thanks again. For helping. And for not, threatening to sue the town or anything. The day's not over yet. She deadpans, then smiles. But you're welcome. See you tomorrow, Gabriel. She climbs out of the truck, and I notice she's kept my scarf wrapped around her neck. She doesn't seem to realize it, or maybe she does and doesn't want to give it back in the cold. I watch her walk to her rental car. As she drives away, I sit in my truck and try to ignore the voice in my head telling me I'm in trouble. Because Vivian Sterling just made me laugh until my sides hurt. She just showed genuine kindness to a stranger without expecting anything in return. And she just looked at me like maybe, possibly, she might be feeling this pull too. And that's dangerous. That's terrifying. That's exactly what I can't let happen. I pull out my phone and check the time. The twins are having a blast with Mrs. Henderson according to the photo she just sent. The girls stringing popcorn for our tree, grinning at the camera. I should go pick them up. Should spend the evening going over tomorrow's volunteer schedule, double-checking equipment lists, confirming the tree delivery time. Instead, I sit in my truck in front of the darkening chamber office, my truck smelling faintly of her perfume, and wonder what I'm going to do about the fact that I'm starting to like Vivian Sterling way more than I should. Chapter 5. Vivian Sterling. I pull up to the Chamber of Commerce office at exactly 9 o'clock, because if there's one thing I can control in this increasingly chaotic week, it's my punctuality. Gabriel's truck is already here, which doesn't surprise me. He strikes me as the type who shows up early to everything. I grab my laptop bag and step out into the cold December morning, instantly regretting that I didn't bring a warmer coat. Or boots that aren't designed primarily to look expensive. But wrapped around my neck is Gabriel's scarf, still smelling faintly of pine and Gabriel's cologne. I'd meant to wash it last night at the inn, but Martha had been so chatty when I checked in that by the time I escaped to my room, I'd forgotten. And then this morning, I'd put it on without thinking, because it was there and it was warm, and it smells like Gabriel. Stop it. I'm giving it back today. Definitely. I push open the door to the chamber office and immediately hear Christmas music. Not just any Christmas music. Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You is blasting from somewhere, and Dorothy is singing along while hanging garland over the doorway. My stomach clenches. That was supposed to be my wedding song, until my heart was shattered. And now Mariah Carey is telling me that she doesn't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing she needs. Yeah, well, join the club, Mariah. Vivian. Dorothy spots me and waves enthusiastically. Come in, I made cinnamon rolls. Gabriel's in the back office. I force a smile and step inside, letting the door close behind me. The music continues, cheerful and oblivious to my internal crisis. I can do this. I'm a professional. I've sat through countless meetings where I wanted to scream. I can handle one Christmas song, even if it makes my chest feel like it's being squeezed in a vice. Gabriel emerges from the back office, and I'm struck again by how different he looks from the executives I work with in Manhattan. He's wearing dark jeans and a button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up, revealing strong forearms. There's already a coffee stain on his collar that he doesn't seem to have noticed. His hair is slightly rumpled, like he's been running his hands through it, and he's got his reading glasses perched on his nose. He looks real, lived in, completely unpolished. And my traitorous heart does a little flip. No, absolutely not. We're not doing this. Morning, Gabriel says, pulling off his glasses. His smile is warm and genuine, and I have to look away because it's too much. Good morning. I unwrap his scarf from around my neck. Here, I should give this back to you. He waves a hand dismissively. Keep it. You'll need it today. Gabriel, I can't just... You'll freeze without it. He disappears into the back office and returns with a pair of thick, fleece-lined gloves. And you'll need these too. Your fancy leather ones won't cut it when we're working outside for hours. I stare at the gloves he's holding out. They're clearly well-used, practical, and probably cost about $15. Everything my designer gloves aren't. But they look about 10 times warmer. I can't take your gloves. They're extras. The twins are always losing theirs, so I keep backups in the truck. It's obviously a lie. They're nowhere near the size for his twins. He pushes them into my hands. Please, I promise it's not a big deal. For some reason, the fact that he brought extra gloves touches me. He thought of me and knew I wouldn't have anything weather appropriate. I clutch them, something uncomfortably tight happening in my throat. Thank you. Don't mention it. He turns back to his desk, shuffling through papers. We've got about 7 volunteers confirmed for raising the tree, but I want to make sure we have enough people for decorating afterward. You ready to make some calls? I have a list. I latch onto the task gratefully, setting my laptop bag down and pulling out my phone. Absolutely, what's the pitch? Just that we're raising the new tree at 10, and we need all hands on deck for decorating afterwards. We'll have a potluck so everyone can bring something. Emphasis on community spirit and holiday magic. He hands me a printed list with names and numbers. Most of these people have already said maybe. They just need a little nudge. I can nudge. I scan the list. Wait, is this the same Mrs. Patterson from yesterday? The one with the hot chocolate stand? Yep. She's bringing hot chocolate for everyone today, too. She never misses an opportunity to feed people. Dorothy brings over a plate of cinnamon rolls, still warm and oozing with frosting. Eat something before you start calling. You'll need your strength. I take one to be polite, even though my stomach is still tight from the music that's now switched to White Christmas. I bite into it anyway and nearly moan. It's perfectly buttery, sweet, and with just the right amount of cinnamon. Dorothy, this is incredible. She beams. Gabriel's favorite. I make them every year. Gabriel is already on his phone, charming someone into bringing their spouse. I hear him laugh at something the person says, then respond with, "That's perfect, Frank." You're a lifesaver. See you soon. I take another bite of cinnamon roll and pull up the first number on the list. Time to work. The calls go surprisingly well. Most people seem genuinely excited about the tree raising, and when I mention that I'm the one who knocked it down in the first place, they just laugh it off. These things happen, one woman tells me cheerfully. At least you're helping fix it. We're just glad you're not suing us for emotional damages, a man jokes. I'm starting to understand what Gabriel meant about this town. They really do show up for each other. No one's making excuses or asking what's in it for them. They're just helping. It's foreign to me. In Manhattan, everything is transactional. You do something for someone because you expect something in return. Networking, leverage, climbing the ladder. Even friendships feel calculated sometimes. But here, people are helping just because a tree fell down and needs to be put back up. Any luck? Gabriel asks, hanging up his own phone. Yeah, actually, I got confirmations from 5 more people. A couple of them are bringing friends or family. Perfect. He makes notes on his list. We should have plenty of hands now. The song changes again. Have yourself a merry little Christmas. I close my eyes for a second, breathing through it. This one was playing when I found out he was leaving. The Judy Garland version, slow and heartbreaking. The conversation is seared into my memory. You okay? Gabriel's voice pulls me back. I open my eyes. He's watching me with concern, his head tilted slightly. Fine. Just thinking about the logistics. I gesture to his list. Do you have a timeline for today? I want to make sure we're efficient with everyone's time. He doesn't look convinced, but he lets it go. Tree arrives at 10. We'll have it positioned by 11:30 if everything goes smoothly. Then we'll break for the potluck and we can start decorating after. I'm hoping to be done by 3 so I can get the twins from school on time. That's tight. It is, but we can do it. He says it with such confidence that I almost believe him. I watch him move around the small office, efficient and comfortable, and I have to actively stop myself from noticing things. Like how his shirt pulls across his shoulders when he reaches for something on a high shelf. Or how he has a habit of pushing his hair back from his forehead when he's thinking. Or how his laugh is warm and genuine when Dorothy makes a joke about the time someone tried to put an inflatable Santa on top of the town tree. I mentally smack myself. You're here for work. He's a small-town chamber director with 2 kids and probably a very complicated situation with his ex-wife. You're leaving in less than a week. This is not happening. But then he hands me a fresh cup of coffee, his fingers brushing mine for just a second, and my stupid heart does that flip thing again. Ready to head over? Gabriel asks, checking his watch. The tree should be here in about 10 minutes. I nod, wrapping his scarf back around my neck and pulling on my coat and the gloves he gave me. They're too big, but they're warm, and they smell like him, which is absolutely not something I should be noticing. We take Gabriel's truck the few blocks to the town square. The morning is crisp and cold, the sky a brilliant blue, and Main Street looks like something out of a movie with its Christmas lights and decorated storefronts. Perk the Halls has a sandwich board outside advertising gingerbread lattes. Novel Knoll has garland wrapped around its doorframe. Even the insurance agency has changed its sign to Merry and Bright Insurance Services. Does every business really do this? I ask, gesturing to the Christmas-themed names. All of the downtown ones. It's tradition. Gabriel grins. Some of them get pretty creative. The hardware store becomes Hardware the Halls. The yoga studio is Yogi Berry Christmas. The bar is, let me guess, Bar Humbug? Close. Bar None, it's Christmas. He laughs at my expression. Yeah, it's a lot. But tourists love it. And honestly, after doing it for so long, it'd be weird not to. We reach the town square where yesterday's fallen tree still lies under caution tape. I cringe when I see the tree again. So embarrassing. At least all the broken ornaments are cleaned up. Hey. Gabriel's voice is gentle. Stop looking at it like that. Like what? Like you committed a crime. It was an accident. An accident that cost you a tree, a full 2 days of work, and probably a small fortune in replacement decorations. Which you helped fix. He bumps my shoulder with his. You can let it go. I want to argue, but a large truck is pulling into the square, a massive evergreen tree strapped to its flatbed, and a loader following behind. The delivery is here. I shift into professional mode. I'm good at this part. Coordination, making sure everything runs smoothly. This is my territory. I manage productions, wrangle crews, solve impossible problems under tight deadlines. A tree delivery is nothing. I pull out my phone and approach the driver as he climbs out of the cab. Vivian Sterling, I'm the one who placed the order. The driver, a burly man in his 50s with a kind face, nods. Got your tree right here. Where do you want it? I point to the fallen tree. Right there, you'll have to clear out the other one first. No problem. I coordinate with him while Gabriel directs other volunteers who are starting to arrive. The man driving the loader maneuvers it over the curb, scooping up the main part of the old tree with his fork. He moves it out of the way. The volunteers get the rest of the tree trunk out of the base and carry it to the truck. After the broken tree is removed, the loader scoops up the new tree and deposits it next to the base. It's covered in snow, like it was loaded onto the truck last night, just in time for a fresh snowfall. Gabriel is everywhere at once, thanking people, making sure no one gets hurt, keeping spirits high. And I'm making sure nothing goes wrong. You're good at this, Dorothy says, appearing beside me with a thermos of hot chocolate. Bossing people around. I laugh despite myself. It's not bossing. It's coordinating. Honey, I've been running this office for 20 years. I know bossing when I see it. But she's smiling. And I mean it as a compliment. We need someone who can take charge. The fallen tree is loaded onto the flatbed within 10 minutes, and the drivers take off. The easy part is done. Now we need to get this 20-foot tree upright. Bill arrives with the crane, and the volunteers start hooking everything up. I watch the operation, mentally calculating angles and clearances, when someone taps my shoulder. I turn to find an elderly man holding out a cup of hot chocolate. You look cold. Thought you might need this. Oh, thank you. I take the cup, surprised. I don't know this man. He's just giving me hot chocolate? Herb Patterson. He introduces himself. My wife runs the hot chocolate stand. Heard you're the one who knocked down our tree. My stomach sinks. Here it comes. The judgment, the blame, the small-town grudge that'll follow me all week. Yes, that was me. I'm so sorry. Don't be sorry. These things happen. He waves a hand dismissively. My wife once drove her car straight through the front window of the library. Thought she was in reverse. Wasn't. Happens to everyone. I blink. What? Point is, we all mess up sometimes. What matters is you're here helping fix it. That's good, people. He nods approvingly. Welcome to Evergreen Falls, Miss Sterling. He walks away before I can respond, leaving me standing there holding a cup of hot chocolate from a stranger who just compared my tree incident to his wife crashing through a library. And called me good people. Another woman approaches, this one younger, maybe in her 30s. Hi, I'm Sarah. I run the bookstore, Novel Noel. Gabriel said you might need some extra hands for decorating? Oh yes, definitely. We're starting as soon as the potluck is done. Perfect. I made brownies for the potluck. They're in my car. That's great. Honestly, I wasn't sure about the potluck idea. I was afraid no one would bring food. She smiles warmly. Let me know if you need anything else, okay? She's gone before I can process what just happened. More people keep arriving. A man introduces himself as Nick and asks where I want him to set up the ladder. A teenage girl offers to organize the ornament boxes. Mrs. Patterson herself appears with an entire station of hot chocolate, complete with marshmallows, candy canes, and whipped cream. For everyone, she announces cheerfully. Can't raise a Christmas tree without proper refreshments. I stand in the middle of the growing crowd, completely overwhelmed. These people don't know me. I destroyed their tree. I'm here to evaluate their town for a corporate streaming service. I'm an outsider, a stranger, someone who's leaving in a few days. And they're treating me like I belong here. In New York, I walk past hundreds of people every day. Most of my neighbors don't know my name. My coworkers compete with me for promotions. Even my own parents treat affection like a performance review, conditional on achievement. But here, in this small Vermont town I'd never heard of a week ago, people are handing me hot chocolate and asking if I need anything and welcoming me like I matter. It's disorienting. It's uncomfortable. It's kind of wonderful. You look shell-shocked, Gabriel says, appearing beside me with his clipboard. People keep giving me things. He laughs. Yeah, that's how it works here. Fair warning, by the end of the day, you'll probably have 3 invitations to dinner, and someone will have tried to set you up with their nephew. Really? Small town. He shrugs. Everyone's in everyone's business, but they mean well. The crane starts lifting the new tree. The crowd collectively holds its breath as the massive evergreen rises into the air, branches still bound with twine, the snow falling off it in clumps. Gabriel directs the crane operator with hand signals, making sure the tree is positioned exactly right. The trunk slides into the base with a satisfying thunk. Volunteers rush forward to secure it, tightening bolts, checking stability. And then Gabriel cuts the twine. The branches spring free and the tree fills out to its full glory. It's perfect. Absolutely perfect. The crowd erupts into applause and cheers. A kid yells, "It's even better than the old one." Several people are taking photos. Mrs. Patterson is smiling at me. I glance at Gabriel and find him staring at the tree with an expression I can't quite read. Relief, maybe. Or gratitude. His shoulders have dropped. The tension he's been carrying finally releasing. We all gather around the tables in the gazebo where all of the food has been set up. Gabriel keeps nudging me to try different dishes, and by the time I'm through the line, my plate is overflowing. A dozen or so people come up to me and chat with me and Gabriel as we eat. I'm used to eating takeout, so eating all of these home-cooked dishes feels like a treat. Okay, everyone. Gabriel calls out when we're done eating, his voice carrying across the square. Let's get this tree decorated. We've got lights, ornaments, and about 3 hours before school gets out. Let's make some Christmas magic. The crowd disperses into organized chaos. Someone's unwrapping the lights. Another group is sorting ornaments by color, implementing my gradient idea. People are laughing, calling out suggestions, working together with the kind of easy coordination that comes from years of community traditions. And somehow, I'm in the middle of it all. Gabriel hands me a string of lights. Start at the bottom, work your way around. Stay about a foot apart. I'll work the other side. Got it. We work in tandem, moving around the tree, winding lights through branches. I'm hyper-aware of where Gabriel is at all times, like there's some invisible thread connecting us. Every time we pass each other, I feel that pull again. So, Gabriel says from the other side of the tree, "How's your report looking so far?" Professional curiosity or actual curiosity? Both. I consider deflecting, giving him the corporate answer. But something about all the community warmth, everyone's genuine kindness, and Gabriel's own openness makes me tell the truth. Honestly, better than I expected. The town is charming. The Christmas traditions are authentic. The people are... I trail off, searching for the right word. Aggressively friendly? I laugh. I was going to say genuinely welcoming, but yes, aggressively friendly works too. That's small-town Vermont for you. No one's a stranger for long. He emerges from behind the tree holding an extension cord. Hey, can you plug this in? There's an outlet on your side. I take the cord and crouch down to find the outlet. It's covered in snow, so I have to brush it off with Gabriel's 2 big gloves. As I'm plugging in the cord, I hear Gabriel say, "Oh no." I look up. What? Don't move. Why? Then I feel it. Something cold and wet hits my neck and slides down behind the scarf I'm wearing, down my back. Snow. A clump of snow has fallen from the branches above me and gone straight down my coat. I yelp and jump up, trying to shake it out, but it's already melting against my skin, cold water trickling down my spine. Oh my gosh, that's freezing. Gabriel is trying very hard not to laugh. I can see his shoulders shaking, his lips pressed together. Don't you dare laugh. I'm not laughing. You're absolutely laughing. Okay, maybe a little. He grins. But in my defense, my face is cold. My entire back is cold. I'm going to freeze to death in your town square while hanging Christmas lights. You're not going to freeze to death. But he's moving toward me now, and before I can process what's happening, he's rewrapping his scarf, brushing snow off my coat. Here, let me. He looks at me and I freeze, but not from the cold. From the awareness of how close he is, how his breath fogs in the air between us, how I can see the exact moment his smile fades into something else, something warmer. His hand stills. We're standing too close, close enough that I can see the flecks of gold in his brown eyes, the exact curl of his eyelashes, the faint scar on his chin that I didn't notice before. Better? He asks quietly. I should step back. I should make a joke, break the tension, do something to stop this moment from becoming more than it is. But I don't. Yeah, I manage. Better. Neither of us moves. The sounds of the crowd fade into background noise. It's just us, standing in the cold December afternoon with melting snow on my coat and his hand still raised like he's going to brush more snow off me. This is dangerous. This is exactly what I can't let happen. But I want to let it happen. Gabriel? A woman's voice shatters the moment. Where did the silver ornaments go? Gabriel steps back quickly, dropping his hand. He clears his throat. I should. Yeah, definitely. Go help with the ornaments. He nods and walks away, but not before I catch the look on his face. He felt it too. Whatever this is, whatever's building between us, he felt it too. I stand there for a second, my heart doing things it absolutely should not be doing, before I force myself to move. Back to the lights. Back to the work. Back to pretending that moment didn't just happen. The rest of the decorating passes in a blur. I focus on the task, on being useful, on not thinking about the scarf Gabriel gave me or the way he looked at me or the fact that I'm clearly losing my mind. We implement the gradient color scheme with the ornaments, starting with deep reds and golds at the bottom, transitioning through silvers and blues, ending with white and crystal at the top. It's stunning. The effect is exactly what I'd hoped. Intentional, beautiful, like we planned it this way all along. By 12:30, the tree is finished. Lights, ornaments, a crystal star on top that took 3 people on ladders to position. It's magnificent. The crowd steps back to admire their work, and I go get my camera to take photos. The tree is perfect against the blue sky, the ornaments catching the winter sunlight. The town square looks like something out of a movie. The decorated tree, the Christmas lights on the buildings, the happy people gathered around. This will look incredible in my presentation. My boss will love this. James is going to lose his mind when he sees these photos. We did it, Gabriel says, appearing beside me. His hair is disheveled, there's pine sap on his coat, and he looks exhausted. We actually did it. You did it, I correct. I just helped. Vivian! He turns to face me fully, and the look in his eyes makes my breath catch. You pulled off a miracle. The tree was destroyed yesterday morning, and now look at it. It's better than the original. You made this happen. I wave my hand, dismissing him. I made calls. I threw money at the problem. That's not a miracle. You showed up. You helped. You got your hands dirty. Literally. He gestures to my camel wool coat, which has more pine needles and a smudge of dirt on it. You didn't have to do any of this. You could have just taken photos of the disaster, put it in your report, and written off Evergreen Falls as a liability. But you didn't. I don't know what to say to that. My throat is tight again, and I'm afraid if I speak, something embarrassing might come out. Like the fact that this is the first time in years someone has thanked me for helping instead of critiquing how I could have done it better. It's a really good tree, I manage finally, and immediately want to kick myself for such an inadequate response. But Gabriel just smiles, warm and genuine. Yeah, it really is. The crowd starts dispersing, people calling out goodbyes, promising to see each other at the tree lighting ceremony. Dorothy waves at me. Herb Patterson gives me a thumbs up. Sarah from the bookstore presses a bag of her delicious brownies into my hands, despite my protests. Within 20 minutes, it's just Gabriel and me standing in the square, looking at the tree we raised together. So, Gabriel says, I have a question. Okay. I promised the twins we'd walk down Candy Cane Lane after dinner. It's one of our traditions. He's not quite looking at me, which is oddly endearing. I was thinking, since you need photos for your report, maybe you'd want to come with us. See the lights? Get some good shots for your presentation? My heart does a dangerous little leap. Say no. You should absolutely say no. Keep things professional. Don't do things with his family. What time? I hear myself ask. His face breaks into that smile I'm starting to really, really like. 7? I can pick you up at the inn. I have a rental car. I can meet you. Vivian. He says my name like it means something. Let me pick you up. Please. And because I'm apparently incapable of making good decisions where Gabriel Brooks is concerned, I nod. Okay. 7. Great. Perfect. He's grinning now, and it's infectious. Fair warning, the twins are going to talk your ear off, and probably ask you a million questions. I think I can handle it. We'll see. His eyes crinkle with amusement. See you tonight, Vivian. He walks away to his truck, and I stand in the town square with my phone full of photos, a bag of brownies, and the terrible, wonderful realization that I just agreed to spend my evening with Gabriel Brooks and his daughters. This is a bad idea. But as I look at the tree we raised together, standing tall and beautiful in the center of the square, I can't bring myself to regret it. Not yet, anyway. Chapter 6. Gabriel Brooks. I check my reflection in the bathroom mirror for the 3rd time, which is ridiculous. This isn't a date. This is a work thing. Vivian needs photos for her report, and Candy Cane Lane happens to be one of our best traditions. The fact that my heart's been doing weird things since I invited her is completely irrelevant. Daddy, are you almost ready? Josie calls from the hallway. Yeah, sweetheart. 2 minutes. I run a hand through my hair, then immediately regret it because now it looks like I'm trying too hard. Which I'm not. Because this isn't a date. I grab my coat and head downstairs where the twins are waiting by the door. Sadie is wearing her puffy pink winter coat, snow boots, and I blink. Is that a tutu? Sadie, why are you wearing your ballet tutu and tights? She twirls, the pink tulle spinning around her. Do you like it? It makes me look like a snow princess. Josie crosses her arms, looking every bit the practical twin in her sensible navy coat, matching hat and gloves already on. You're going to freeze. I have my coat on. Your legs are going to be cold. They won't. The tutu has magic warming powers. Sadie says this with such conviction that I almost believe her. I crouch down to Sadie's level. How about we bring an extra blanket in the truck, just in case the magic warming powers don't work? Okay. She throws her arms around my neck. I'm so excited Miss Sterling is coming with us. Me too, Josie adds, though she looks slightly suspicious. Is she your girlfriend now? My heart does that uncomfortable lurch thing. No, she's not my girlfriend. She's here for work, remember? She needs to take pictures of the town. But you like her, Sadie says matter-of-factly. What makes you say that? You smile different when you talk about her. I clear my throat, not willing to admit anything. Come on, we need to get going or we'll be late. The drive to the Evergreen Inn takes less than 5 minutes, but the twins fill every second with chatter. Do you think Miss Sterling will like the lights? Sadie asks. I hope so. What if she doesn't like Christmas? Josie's worry creeps into her voice. She said she likes Christmas, remember? But she didn't sound sure. I glance at Josie in the rearview mirror. My cautious girl, always looking for the cracks in things. Maybe she just hasn't had the right Christmas yet. Can we give her the right Christmas? Sadie bounces in her booster seat. We're really good at Christmas. We'll see, sweetheart. I pull up to the Evergreen Inn, and my stomach does a flip when I see Vivian waiting outside. She's wrapped in that expensive coat and my scarf, her dark hair loose around her shoulders instead of pulled back in that sleek style. She looks softer somehow. more like herself. She climbs into the passenger seat, and I catch a whiff of her perfume. Something subtle and expensive that makes me think of winter nights and things I shouldn't be thinking about. Hi, she says, slightly breathless. Sorry, I wasn't sure if I should wait inside or. You're perfect. The words come out before I can stop them, and I feel heat creep up my neck. I mean, you're right on time. That's perfect. The timing. Smooth, Brooks. Real smooth. Sadie leans forward between the seats. Miss Sterling, do you like my tutu? Vivian twists around to look, and her face lights up with genuine delight. Sadie, that's amazing. I'm a snow princess. Daddy said I might get cold, but I have magic warming powers. Well, those are the best kind of powers to have. Vivian's smile is real, unguarded, and something in my chest tightens. She could have dismissed Sadie's silliness or made a joke about it being impractical. Instead, she's leaning into it. I brought a blanket just in case the magic runs out, I say, pulling away from the inn. That's very responsible of you, Vivian says, and there's a teasing note in her voice that I like way too much. Josie pipes up from the back. Miss Sterling, have you been to Candy Cane Lane before? No, this is my first time. It's the best. Sadie practically shouts. Every house has lights, and some of them have music, and Mr. Henderson has a giant blow-up Santa that waves. And Mrs. Williams has synchronized lights that blink to music, Josie adds. We come every year. We're a little late with the tradition, I explain, glancing at Vivian. We usually walk it right after Thanksgiving, but we've been so busy this year that tonight's our first time. I'm honored to be part of your tradition, Vivian says quietly, and she sounds like she means it. The drive to Candy Cane Lane is filled with the twins' excited chatter about their favorite displays. I sneak glances at Vivian, watching her face as she listens to the girls, as she looks out at the town decorated for Christmas, as she unconsciously touches the scarf around her neck. I'm in trouble. Deep, dangerous trouble. Because Amanda used to sit in this same seat, but she'd be checking her phone or mentioning how much better the Christmas displays were in Burlington or Boston. She'd tolerate the small-town traditions, but never embrace them. But Vivian is asking Sadie follow-up questions about the blow-up Santa and nodding along to Josie's detailed explanation of synchronized light technology. She's actually interested. Or she's just really good at her job. I don't know which possibility scares me more. I park at the end of Candy Cane Lane and we all pile out of the truck. The street is already alive with families walking, kids squealing with delight, Christmas music drifting from various houses. Every single home is decorated within an inch of its life. Lights, inflatable decorations, wooden displays, projections on garage doors. It's excessive and wonderful and exactly what Evergreen Falls does best. Oh, wow, Vivian breathes, pulling out her phone to take photos. This is incredible. Wait until you see the whole street. Sadie grabs Vivian's free hand without hesitation, and my heart does that uncomfortable flip again. Josie takes my hand, and we start walking down the street as a group. I'm hyper-aware of Vivian beside me, of how the twins have sandwiched her between us, of how this must look to anyone watching, like we're a family. The thought sends panic and longing through me in equal measure. Look! Sadie points to a house with candy cane lights forming an archway over the driveway. Can you take a picture of me under it? Vivian immediately crouches down to Sadie's level, lining up the shot. Okay, give me your best snow princess pose. Sadie strikes a pose that's half ballet, half bodybuilder, and Vivian laughs before snapping the photo. Perfect. Want to see? She shows Sadie the photo, and my daughter squeals with delight before running ahead to the next display. You're good with them, I say. Vivian stands up, brushing snow off her knees. They're easy to be good with. They're wonderful kids, Gabriel. The way she says my name does things to my pulse that I need to ignore. Thanks. They're the best parts of me. Something flickers across Vivian's face, but before I can identify it, Josie tugs on my hand. Daddy, there's Mr. Henderson's Santa. Sure enough, there's a 20-foot inflatable Santa Claus waving mechanically in the front yard, surrounded by candy cane stakes and reindeer. It's gloriously tacky, and the twins love it. That's impressive, Vivian says diplomatically. You can say it's ridiculous. We all know it is. I grin at her. But try telling Mr. Henderson that. I wouldn't dream of it. We continue down the street, and I point out different displays. That's the Morrison house. They do a different theme every year. Last year was the 12 Days of Christmas. This year looks like Nutcracker Suite. And that's Mrs. Williams's house, Sadie announces, with the music lights. Right on cue, the synchronized lights begin their show, blinking and changing colors in time to Carol of the Bells. A small crowd has gathered to watch, and the twins join them, mesmerized. Vivian stands beside me, her phone recording the display. This is really something, she murmurs. I've seen professional Christmas displays in Manhattan that don't have this much heart. That's because Mrs. Williams and her grandson program this themselves. It's a labor of love. She turns to look at me, and in the glow of the lights, I can see something in her expression that makes my breath catch. You really love this town, don't you? It's home. The word feels inadequate. It's where I grew up, where I'm raising my girls. It's where people know your name and show up when you need them. Where I stop myself before I can say more. Before I can admit that it's everything Amanda couldn't appreciate and everything I'm terrified Vivian will dismiss. But she's not dismissing it. She's watching the lights with an expression I can't quite read. Must be nice, she says quietly, having roots like that. Before I can ask what she means, Sadie's voice cuts through the moment. Come on, let's go see the next house. The twins run ahead, and Vivian and I follow. The sidewalk is a little icy here, and I automatically reach out to steady her when she slips slightly. Thanks, she says, and doesn't pull away immediately. My hand stays on her elbow longer than strictly necessary. We're passing a house with an elaborate Winter Village display when I hear Josie's sharp cry. Ow! I'm moving before I fully register what happened. Josie is on the ground, having slipped on a patch of ice, her face scrunched up in that way that means she's trying not to cry. But Vivian is faster than me. She's already kneeling beside Josie, her expensive coat in the snow, her hand gently touching my daughter's shoulder. Hey, sweetie, where does it hurt? My knee, Josie whimpers, and my hands. Okay, let's take a look. Vivian's voice is calm, soothing, completely different from her corporate executive tone. She carefully examines Josie's hands. Josie took off her mittens at some point, and her hands are scraped but not bleeding. Then Vivian looks her knee over. You took quite a tumble there. You're going to have a bruise, but nothing's broken. You're very brave. Josie sniffles. I don't feel brave. The bravest people never do. Vivian pulls off one of my two big gloves and uses it to gently brush ice and gravel from Josie's palms. My grandmother used to tell me that brave isn't about not being scared or hurt. It's about getting back up anyway. I crouch down beside them, my heart squeezing at the gentle way Vivian is handling my daughter. You okay, Josie Bear? Yeah, Josie says, but she's looking at Vivian with something like wonder. Your grandmother sounds smart. She was. Something sad crosses Vivian's face. The smartest person I knew. Vivian helps Josie to her feet, keeping a steadying hand on her shoulder. How's that feel? It hurts a little, but I can walk. That's my girl. I kiss the top of Josie's head, then look at Vivian. Thank you. Of course. She's brushing snow off her coat, and I notice her hands are shaking slightly. I'm just glad she's okay. Sadie runs back to us, her tutu bouncing. Josie, are you hurt? I'm fine. I just fell. Miss Sterling saved you. I don't know about saved, Vivian protests, but she's smiling. You did, Sadie insists. You were like a superhero. I catch Vivian's eye, and something passes between us. She's looking at me like she's waiting for judgment, like she expects me to find fault with how she handled things. Instead, I say, "You were great with her. Thank you for being here." Her expression softens. "I'm glad I was." We continue walking, but everything feels different now. Vivian keeps a closer eye on the sidewalk, warning the twins about icy patches. When Sadie complains that her legs are getting cold, Vivian immediately suggests we head back to the truck for the blanket. When Josie limps slightly, Vivian slows her pace without making it obvious. She's not just tolerating my kids, she actually cares. The realization hits me hard. I want her to care. We reach the end of Candy Cane Lane, and both twins are buzzing with excitement and cold. Hot chocolate? I suggest. Perk the halls should still be open. Yes, the twins chorus. I glance at Vivian. Unless you need to get back. Hot chocolate sounds perfect, she says, and I try not to read too much into the way her smile reaches her eyes. Perk the halls is warm and crowded, decorated with twinkling lights and garland. The smell of coffee and cinnamon fills the air. We find a table near the window, and the twins immediately start debating which Christmas cookies to get. 2 hot chocolates for the girls, I tell the barista, and 2 coffees for the adults. Unless, I look at Vivian. Do you want hot chocolate too? Coffee is fine, just cream, no sugar. I order our drinks and a selection of cookies that the twins point to. When I return to the table, Sadie has somehow migrated to the seat next to Vivian and is showing her something on my phone. And that's me at Halloween. I was a unicorn. And that's Josie. She was a scientist. Of course she was, Vivian says, completely serious. That's very on-brand for Josie. Josie beams, and something in my chest cracks open a little more. We sit there for almost an hour. The twins devour cookies and hot chocolate while telling Vivian every story they can think of. About their teacher, Mrs. Roberts, about their friend Emma, who has a pet hamster, about the time Sadie accidentally dropped her lunch tray in the cafeteria and started a chain reaction. And Vivian listens. She asks follow-up questions. She laughs at their jokes. She doesn't check her phone once. Amanda used to sit through these dinners counting the minutes until she could leave. She was always somewhere else in her head, already planning her escape to a bigger, better life. But the way Vivian is with the girls, I mentally shake my head. I can't go down that road. Because in a few days, she's leaving. Back to Manhattan, back to her corner office, back to the life she's built for herself. She doesn't want this small town. It's what Amanda didn't want. And I can't go through that again. Daddy, your coffee is getting cold, Josie says, pulling me out of my spiraling thoughts. Right. Thanks, sweetie. Vivian catches my eye across the table, and I wonder if she can see the war happening inside me. The way I'm simultaneously hoping this moment never ends and counting down the minutes until it has to. We should probably head out, I say, even though I don't want to. It's getting late, and a couple of little girls have school tomorrow. But I'm not tired, Sadie protests. You will be in about 10 minutes, I predict, and I'm proven right when she yawns as we're walking to the truck. The drive back to the inn is quieter. The twins are drowsy, slumped in their booster seats, and Vivian is looking out the window at the town passing by. Thank you for tonight, she says softly, for including me in your tradition. Thank you for coming, and for the ice rescue. I try to keep my tone light. You've got some hidden talents, Sterling. She laughs quietly. I had a very clumsy childhood. I know how to handle a fall. Well, Sadie thinks you're a superhero now, so congratulations. I'll add it to my resume. I pull up to the inn, and neither of us moves for a moment. The twins are asleep in the back, and the only sound is the truck's engine idling and the faint music from the radio. So, Vivian says, what's on the agenda for tomorrow? More town tours. I figured I'd show you the tree farm where we get our Christmas trees, maybe take you up by the falls. Then we can swing by the church where we put on the Christmas pageant. The twins have been practicing their songs for weeks. I'd like that. She unbuckles her seatbelt but doesn't get out. I study her face and notice an eyelash on her cheek. Wait, you have something… I pull off my gloves and lean close to her. I reach over and cup her face, brushing the eyelash off with my thumb. Both of us freeze, me with my hand on her cheek and our faces close enough for me to smell the mint still on her breath from the candy cane she ate. I have this insane thought to kiss her, which is totally ridiculous. We only met yesterday. I don't even know her. Yet, I feel this pull toward her, and I can't stop myself from slowly moving closer. My gaze dips down to her lips. She clears her throat, and that breaks whatever weird spell I was under. I pull my hand back, and she says, "Gabriel, can I ask you something?" "Sure." "Why did you really invite me tonight?" My hands tighten on the steering wheel. I could give her the easy answer, that she needed photos, that it was good for her report. But sitting here in the dark truck with Christmas lights reflected in her eyes, I find myself saying, "Because I wanted you to see it. The real Evergreen Falls, not just the tourist version. I wanted you to understand why this place matters. And, dang, she knows there's more. And because the twins really wanted you to come, I admit. And maybe I did too." The words hang in the air between us, heavy with implication. "Gabriel, you should probably get inside," I say quickly, before she can say whatever she was going to say. Before I can let this moment become something I can't take back. It's cold, and we've got work to do tomorrow. She studies my face for a long moment, and I wonder what she sees there. My fear? My want? The battle between what I'm feeling and what I know I should feel? Finally, she nods. "Good night, Gabriel. Thank you again." She looks back at the twins. "Tell the girls I had a wonderful time." "I will." She climbs out of the truck, and I watch her walk into the inn, my scarf still wrapped around her neck. The moment she disappears inside, I drop my head against the steering wheel. I like her. Despite every warning sign, every lesson I learned from Amanda, every protective wall I've built around my heart, I really like Vivian Sterling. I'm in trouble, and I have no idea what to do about it. Chapter 7. Vivian Sterling. Gabriel's truck crunches on gravel, and I'm trying very hard not to notice how the smell of his cologne fills the cab. It's Thursday morning, and we're touring potential filming locations. This is fine. This is professional. I'm taking photos for my report, evaluating the town's aesthetic appeal, gathering data. The fact that my heart does a little flip every time Gabriel glances over at me is completely irrelevant. "The tree farm is about 15 minutes outside of town," Gabriel says, turning onto a winding country road. "It's one of my favorite places. You'll see why." I nod, clutching my camera. The landscape rolls by. Snow-covered fields, bare trees stark against the blue sky, mountains in the distance. It's beautiful in a way that makes my chest ache. Manhattan never looks like this. Manhattan is all steel and glass and concrete, people rushing past each other without making eye contact. "Can I ask you something?" Gabriel's voice pulls me from my thoughts. "Sure." "Yesterday you looked, I don't know, uncomfortable, when All I Want for Christmas Is You was playing." He glances at me, then back at the road. "And a few other times when Christmas songs came on. Am I imagining that?" My stomach tightens. I should deflect. Make a joke. Change the subject. But something about the gentle curiosity in his voice makes me tell the truth. "You're not imagining it." He waits, not pushing, just leaving space for me to continue if I want to. I take a breath. "I don't actually like Christmas. Like, at all." His eyebrows shoot up. "You don't like Christmas?" I know, it's blasphemy, especially here in America's most magical Christmas town. I try to make it light, but my voice comes out wrong. But no, I really don't. Can I ask why? This is where I should shut down the conversation. Keep things professional. But I'm so tired of pretending, of wearing the mask, of being perfect all the time. "Bad breakup," I say quietly. 3 years ago, right before Christmas. He said I wasn't warm or spontaneous. Gabriel's hands tighten on the steering wheel, but he doesn't say anything. And before that, Christmas as a kid was always. I trail off, searching for the words. My parents would throw these elaborate parties. They would go all out. But it was all for show. I had to be perfect. Perfect dress, perfect manners, perfect grades to brag about to their friends. If I wasn't good enough, my parents would take me to the store as they returned one of my presents. Gabriel gasps, but I ignore him and continue. Every present I did get felt conditional, like I'd earned it by achieving something. The holiday wasn't about love or family, it was just cold. Another performance I had to nail. I'm surprised by the bitterness in my own voice. I haven't talked about this in years. Haven't let myself think about it. So now Christmas just feels like this reminder of everything I failed at. I continue. Failed relationship. Failed childhood. Failed at being warm and spontaneous, and all the things people are supposed to be during the most wonderful time of the year. I make air quotes with my fingers, then immediately feel stupid for doing it. Gabriel is quiet for a long moment. Then he pulls the truck over onto a scenic overlook and puts it in park. "What are you doing?" I ask. He turns to face me fully, and the look in his eyes is so gentle it makes my throat tight. "Vivian, that's not what Christmas is supposed to be." I know. I know everyone else seems to love it and find it magical and. No, I mean. He runs a hand through his hair. Your ex was an idiot. And your parents? I'm sorry. That sounds really lonely. The unexpected compassion in his voice cracks something in my chest. I look away, blinking hard. It's fine. It was a long time ago. It's not fine. He's still looking at me with those warm brown eyes. Christmas should never feel cold. It should never be conditional. Well, that's not my experience. Can I tell you about mine? I nod, not trusting my voice. When I was a kid, we didn't have much money, Gabriel says. My dad worked construction, my mom cleaned houses. Some years were better than others, but there were definitely Christmases where they were choosing between paying the electric bill and buying presents. I glance at him, surprised. But this town. His voice gets softer. This town took care of us. Every year we'd find boxes on our porch. Secret Santa, they called it. Warm coats, groceries, toys for me and my sister. My parents never asked for help, but the community showed up anyway. Not because they wanted something in return. Not because we'd earned it. Just because that's what you do for your neighbors. He stares out at the mountains, and I can see the emotion on his face. My parents never dwelled on what we didn't have, he continues. We did all the town traditions. The tree lighting, the caroling, the gingerbread competition. My mom would make these amazing sugar cookies, even though butter and sugar weren't cheap. My dad would take me and my sister sledding on Christmas Eve. We'd come home with frozen toes and red noses, and my mom would have hot chocolate waiting. Not the fancy kind from a coffee shop, just packets from the grocery store with mini marshmallows. His smile is so genuine it makes my heart hurt. That's what Christmas is supposed to be, he says. It's not about expensive gifts or perfect performances or impressing anyone. It's about showing up for the people you love. It's about making magic out of what you have. It's about warmth and community and believing in something bigger than yourself. I can't speak. My throat is too tight. My eyes are stinging, and I'm afraid if I try to say anything, I'll completely fall apart. You didn't fail, Vivian, Gabriel says quietly. The people around you did. They taught you the wrong thing, but it's not too late to learn what it's really supposed to feel like. A tear escapes down my cheek before I can stop it. I swipe at it quickly, embarrassed. Sorry, I don't know why I'm. Hey! He reaches over and gently catches my hand. You don't have to apologize for having feelings. I stare at our joined hands. His is warm, slightly calloused, real. Everything in me wants to pull away, to put the walls back up, to be professional and polished and safe. But I don't. I hold on. Thank you, I whisper, for telling me that. Thank you for trusting me enough to tell me your story. He squeezes my hand once, then lets go and puts the truck back in drive. Now come on. I want to show you why Christmas trees are actually worth getting excited about. The tree farm is stunning. Rows and rows of evergreens stretching across rolling hills, each one perfectly shaped, their branches heavy with snow. The air smells like pine in winter, and the morning sun makes everything look like it's dusted with diamonds. This is beautiful. I breathe, already raising my camera. Wait until you see it up close. Gabriel grins and starts walking down one of the paths between the trees. I follow, my high-heeled boots crunching in the snow. I feel a bit precarious on the soft snow, but I'm wearing Gabriel's scarf and gloves, and somehow that makes me feel braver. We walk through the trees, and Gabriel tells me about different varieties: Douglas fir, Fraser fir, balsam. He knows which ones grow best in Vermont, which ones smell the strongest, which ones hold ornaments better. He talks with his hands, animated and passionate, and I find myself watching him more than the trees. You really love this, don't you? I say, snapping a photo of him mid-gesture. He stops, looking almost embarrassed. What, trees? All of it. The town, the traditions, the community. I lower my camera. It's not just a job for you. No, he admits. It's home. It's everything. His expression turns thoughtful. My ex-wife didn't get that. She wanted more. Bigger cities, better opportunities, excitement. And I don't blame her for that. But this... He gestures to the trees, the mountains beyond, the quiet beauty of it all. This is where I belong. There's something in his voice that makes me understand. He's not just talking about geography. He's talking about belonging in a deeper sense. Being rooted. Being part of something. I've never belonged anywhere like that. I take more photos. Close-ups of pine needles, wide shots of the tree-covered hills, a perfectly shaped Fraser fir that would look incredible in a movie. Gabriel poses awkwardly when I ask him to, making me laugh when he strikes an exaggerated, I'm a lumberjack stance. You're terrible at modeling, I tell him. Good thing it's not my job. But he's grinning, and when he looks at me, there's something warm in his eyes that makes my pulse skip. We spend another 20 minutes exploring before Gabriel checks his watch. Ready to see the falls? Definitely. We drive further into the countryside, and Gabriel parks near a trailhead. There's a wooden sign that says, Evergreen Falls, 0.5 miles. Half a mile? I look down at my high-heeled boots. In the snow? It's a pretty easy trail, Gabriel assures me. And totally worth it. I promise. The trail starts out fine. It's mostly packed snow, and Gabriel leads the way, pointing out things as we go. A cardinal in a tree, animal tracks in the snow, the best views of the mountains. I'm taking photos and actually enjoying myself when the trail starts to get muddy. Apparently, the sun hit this part of the path earlier, melting some of the snow. Now it's a slushy, muddy mess. Careful, Gabriel warns. It gets slippery here. I step carefully, but my heeled boots aren't designed for this. At all. With each step, my heels sink into the mud, threatening to stick or snap. Vivian, maybe we should... Too late. My foot slips and suddenly I'm pitching forward. Gabriel lunges to catch me, his hands closing around my arms, but the mud is slippery and he loses his footing too. We go down together. It happens in slow motion and way too fast at the same time. Gabriel twists, trying to take the brunt of the fall, and we land in a heap in the mud. Cold, wet mud that immediately soaks through my expensive camel coat and my designer pants. Luckily, my camera is mud-free. For a second, neither of us moves. We're just lying there in the mud, tangled together, and I can feel Gabriel's heart racing against my shoulder. Then I start laughing. I can't help it. It bubbles up from somewhere deep, this genuine, uncontrollable laughter. Here I am, Vivian Sterling, development executive for Meridian Plus, splattered in mud in the middle of a Vermont forest, lying on top of Gabriel Brooks, who tried to save me and ended up just as muddy. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. Gabriel lifts his head, surprise on his face. You're laughing? I don't know why. I manage between giggles. My coat is ruined. My pants are probably ruined too. And all I can think is that my coworkers would absolutely die if they could see me right now. Gabriel starts laughing too, and then we're both just lying in the mud, laughing like idiots. He helps me sit up and I look down at myself. The coat I spent half a month's salary on is absolutely destroyed. There's mud on the sleeves, the front, probably the back. My pants are soaked through. I'm so sorry, Gabriel says, trying to brush mud off my coat and only making it worse. I should have anticipated the mud. I should have. Gabriel, I catch his hand. It's fine. It's just clothes. He stares at me like I've grown a second head. Just clothes? Vivian, your coat probably cost more than my monthly mortgage. Probably, I agree. But you know what? It wasn't even that warm. And it wasn't practical for Vermont in December. So actually, this might be the universe telling me I needed a wardrobe upgrade. His expression shifts from apologetic to something else. Something warm and admiring. Who are you, and what have you done with the polished executive I met 2 days ago? She fell in the mud and realized designer clothes aren't worth having a meltdown over. I stand up, wobbling slightly, and my heel finally gives up completely. It just snaps right off. I pick up my broken heel. Well, that was inevitable. Gabriel stands too, and we look like we just had a mud fight. He runs a hand through his hair, dislodging a clump of mud, and I start laughing again. Come on, he says, shaking his head but smiling. Let's get you some actual winter clothes before you freeze to death. Can we still see the falls? He looks at me in surprise. You still want to see them? Even covered in mud? The mud won't bite me, and my camera is fine. I should get some shots while we're up here. His smile could light up the whole town. Okay, but we're going slowly and you're wearing my boots. Gabriel, I can't take your boots. You're wearing heels with one broken off. You can't walk in those. Before I can protest, he's already unlacing his boots. They're practical, worn, definitely warm. He hands them to me and I slip them on over my thin socks. They're huge on me, but at least they're flat and have good traction. And when Gabriel laces them tight, they stay on. What are you going to wear? I ask. He picks up his muddy feet, now just in thick wool socks. I'll survive, it's not that far. Gabriel. Vivian. He says my name firmly. Let me do this. Please. So I let him. Because arguing seems pointless, and because there's something touching about him literally giving me the boots off his feet. We walk the rest of the trail carefully, me in his 2 big boots, him in his socks. And when we round the final bend, I stop breathing. The falls are beautiful. Even in winter, water still cascades down the rocky cliff face, creating a curtain of clear, rushing water. The morning sun hits it just right, making the water sparkle like crystal. It's the kind of natural beauty that no amount of money can buy, that no one can replicate. Oh, I whisper. Yeah, Gabriel says softly. This is why the town is named Evergreen Falls. The founders saw this place and knew they wanted to build a community here. I raise my camera with muddy hands and start shooting. Different angles, different focal lengths, trying to capture the magic of it. But no photo can really do it justice. In the spring, there's even more water, Gabriel says, coming to stand beside me. The whole cliff face is covered. It's incredible. It's incredible now. We stand there for a while, just looking. I'm covered in mud, freezing in soaked clothes, wearing boots 3 sizes too big, and I don't care. Because standing here with Gabriel, seeing this beautiful place, feeling whatever this is I'm feeling, this is real. Thank you for bringing me here, I say. Thank you for not suing me for the mud incident. I bump his shoulder with mine. The day's not over yet. He grins and we head back to the truck. By the time we reach it, I'm shivering despite the exertion of walking. Gabriel cranks the heat and looks at me with concern. Okay, new plan. We're getting you warm, dry clothes before we do anything else. I can just go back to the inn. And change into what? More clothes that aren't made for Vermont winter? He's already pulling out of the parking lot. There's a good outdoor store in town. We're getting you a proper coat and boots. 20 minutes later, I'm standing in Mountain Gear and More, a charming outdoor store run by a woman named Linda, who takes one look at my muddy coat and says, "Oh, honey, you're not in Manhattan anymore, are you?" Is it that obvious? Little bit. But she's smiling warmly. Let's get you set up. What do you need? Gabriel steps in, all business. Warm winter coat, practical boots, maybe some jeans. She's going to be outside a lot this week. Linda nods approvingly. Smart. Follow me. She leads me to the women's section and starts pulling items. A real winter coat that's insulated, waterproof, and with a hood. Warm fleece-lined boots with good traction. Jeans, thermal leggings to wear under them, wool socks, sweaters. Try these on, she instructs, handing me a pile of clothes. I disappear into the dressing room and peel off my muddy clothes. The new coat is puffy and practical and absolutely nothing like what I'm used to wearing. The boots are chunky and lined with fleece. Everything is warm and comfortable and completely unpretentious. I look at myself in the mirror. The polished executive is gone. In her place is someone who looks ready to actually exist in Vermont in December. I hate to admit I kind of love it. When I emerge, Gabriel's face does something I can't quite read. You look like an ordinary person? I was going to say warm and comfortable. His voice is soft. There's nothing ordinary about you. Linda rings everything up, and I hand over my credit card without even looking at the total. Gabriel tries to pay. You're here because of the town. We should cover it. But I wave him off. I destroyed my own clothes by not being prepared. This one's on me. We load my muddy clothes into a bag, and I walk out wearing my new practical winter gear. The coat is incredibly warm. The boots feel sturdy and safe. I feel like I can actually breathe. Better? Gabriel asks as we walk back to the truck. So much better. I do a little spin. How do I look? Like someone who might actually survive Vermont winter. High praise. He grins and we climb back into the truck. Next stop, the church. The volunteers are painting sets for the Christmas pageant. Thought you might want to see it, maybe take some photos. The church is on the edge of town. A classic white New England church with a tall steeple and beautiful stained glass windows. Inside, it smells like paint and coffee. And a group of about 15 people are working on large painted backdrops. Gabriel! An older man in paint-splattered overalls waves. Come to help? Just showing Vivian around. This is impressive, Tom. Tom beams with pride. The kids put on a great show every year. We try to make it special. I walk around, taking photos. The backdrops are surprisingly professional. A starry night sky, a stable scene, a town square. The stained glass windows cast colored light across everything, making it look almost magical. This would be perfect for filming, I murmur, more to myself than anyone. Gabriel hears me anyway. Yeah? Yeah. The architecture, the light, the authentic feel of it. I take a few more shots. We could use this for so many scenes. Interior Christmas church service, wedding scenes, community gathering shots. A woman painting shepherd costumes overhears. You really think so? Absolutely. It's beautiful. Authentic. I mean it. The woman's face lights up. That's so nice of you to say. We're just a small-town church, nothing fancy. That's exactly what makes it perfect. We stay for another 30 minutes, and I end up helping paint a few stars on the night sky backdrop because someone hands me a brush and I can't say no. Gabriel watches me paint with an expression I can't quite read. Every time I glance over, he's looking at me with something warm and complicated in his eyes. By the time we leave, the sun is starting to sink lower in the sky, casting everything in golden light. We walk back toward Gabriel's truck, which is parked down the street. "Thank you for today," I say. I know I'm here for work, but it didn't really feel like work. We're almost to the truck when my new practical boot hits a patch of black ice I don't see. My feet go out from under me. Whoa! Gabriel's arms are around me instantly, catching me before I can fall. He pulls me against his chest, steadying me, and suddenly we're standing so close I can feel his heart racing. "You okay?" he asks, his voice rough. I look up at him. We're inches apart. His eyes are warm brown with flecks of gold. I can see the curve of his mouth, the shadow of stubble on his jaw, the way he's looking at me like I'm something precious he's afraid to drop. "Yeah," I breathe. "I'm okay." His arms are still around me, neither of us moves. The moment stretches, charged and electric and inevitable. "Vivian," he says, and my name sounds like a question. I don't know who moves first. Maybe we both do. But suddenly his mouth is on mine and I'm kissing Gabriel Brooks in the middle of a small Vermont town by the church. The kiss is nothing like I expected. It's not practiced or careful. It's warm and real, and it tastes like possibility. His hand comes up to cup my face. Gentle, and I lean into it. Into him. Letting myself feel this moment fully instead of analyzing it or protecting myself from it. This kiss is Christmas morning as a child should have been. Full of wonder and warmth and the feeling that something magical is happening. This kiss is every Christmas song I've ever hated transformed into something I finally understand. This kiss is making my knees weak and tilting my world, and I never want it to end. Chapter 8. Gabriel Brooks. My lips brush over Vivian's, and a rush of attraction zings through me. I'm kissing Vivian Sterling in the middle of the church parking lot, and I can't remember the last time something felt this right. Her lips are soft and warm despite the cold, and she tastes like cherry lip balm. One of my hands cups her face, the other has somehow found its way to the small of her back, and I pull her closer. She makes this small sound in the back of her throat, and it does dangerous things to my pulse. Kissing Vivian is like the first snow of the season, or Christmas morning when you're 6 years old. It's like coming home after a long day to find someone waiting for you. It's possibility and promise and all the things I thought I'd given up on. My heart is hammering so hard I'm sure she can feel it. Vivian's hand fists in my coat, holding on like she's afraid I might disappear. Like she needs this as much as I do. That thought startles me, because I haven't felt like this since Amanda. Haven't wanted to feel like this since Amanda. I built walls around my heart for a reason. To protect myself. To protect my girls from watching their dad fall apart again. But standing here with Vivian in my arms, those walls are crumbling like they were made of paper instead of stone. She sighs against my mouth, and I deepen the kiss, unable to help myself. Her fingers slide up to tangle in my hair, and I forget where we are. Forget that we're in the middle of a parking lot where anyone could see us. Forget everything except the warmth of her body against mine and the way she fits perfectly in my arms. My thumb traces her cheekbone, a gentle counterpoint to the intensity of the kiss. She leans into the touch, and that small gesture, the way she's letting me be tender with her, makes something crack open in my chest. This woman who knocked down my Christmas tree 2 days ago has somehow knocked down every defense I've carefully constructed. I pull back slightly, just enough to rest my forehead against hers. We're both breathing hard, our breath fogging in the cold December air. Her eyes are still closed, her lips slightly parted, and she looks so beautiful it physically hurts. "Vivian," I whisper, and I don't even know what I'm trying to say. "Thank you? I'm terrified? Please don't leave." She opens her eyes and they're that green-gray color that changes with the light. Right now they're more green, warm and soft and full of something that makes my chest tight. "Gabriel," she says back, and my name sounds like a promise. Then reality crashes in like a bucket of ice water. She's leaving. In 3 days, she's going back to Manhattan. Back to her corner office and her VP promotion and her life that has nothing to do with small town Vermont. Back to everything Amanda wanted, and I couldn't give her. I'm doing it again. I'm falling for someone who's going to leave. The panic hit so hard, I actually stepped back, dropping my hands from her like she's burned me. I'm sorry, I say, my voice rough. I shouldn't have. That was wrong. Vivian's expression shifts from soft to guarded so quickly I almost miss the transition. But I see the exact moment she rebuilds her walls. See the professional mask slide back into place. Gabriel. No, I run a hand through my hair, trying to find words. That was completely inappropriate. You're here for work, and I'm supposed to be showing you the town, not. I gesture helplessly between us. I crossed a line. I'm sorry. Her face goes carefully blank. It's fine. It's not fine. I shouldn't have. Gabriel. Her voice is cool now, controlled. She straightens her back, and the warm woman who was just in my arms has been replaced by the polished executive I met 4 days ago. It was just a kiss. We're both adults. Let's just forget it happened and move on, okay? Just a kiss. The words feel like a punch to the gut, even though I know she's right. Even though I'm the one who apologized, who called it a mistake. But hearing her dismiss it so easily makes something stab in my chest. Right, I manage. Yeah, forget it happened. We stand there for a moment, the awkwardness thick enough to cut with a knife. All the easy warmth from earlier today is all gone, replaced by this terrible, strained silence. I should probably get back to the inn, Vivian says, not quite meeting my eyes. Finish up some work. Right, makes sense. My alarm goes off and I mentally smack myself. I lost track of time. I exhale and run a hand through my hair. I have to pick up the twins from school. I'm sorry, there's no time to drop you off at the inn. No problem. She folds her arms. I mean, it's not a big deal. You can drop me off after you get them. I have plenty of time to work on my report. Right, the report. Because that's what this is about. The evaluation. The job she's here to do before she leaves. Before she leaves me. I mentally shake myself. She's not leaving me. She was never mine to leave. We climb back into the truck in silence. I start the engine, crank the heat even though the cab is already warm, and pull out of the parking lot. Neither of us speaks. This is excruciating. Just 20 minutes ago, we were laughing together, teasing each other, comfortable. Now it feels like we're strangers. Like that kiss created this massive chasm between us that I don't know how to cross. Maybe I don't want to cross it. Maybe this is safer. Keep things professional. Keep my distance, protect my heart and my daughters from the inevitable hurt that comes from wanting someone I can't have. But when I glance over at Vivian, she's staring out the window with her jaw tight and her hands clenched in her lap. And all I want to do is pull over and tell her I'm sorry. For making things awkward between us. For acting on my feelings and messing everything up. But I can't. Not when I fear it will make everything worse. I pull up to the elementary school and the familiar routine of pickup settles some of my nerves. This I know how to do. This is safe territory. The twins spot the truck immediately and come running over, their backpacks bouncing. Sadie's wearing her cat ear headband and Josie has paint smudged on her cheek. They pile into the back seat and Sadie squeals when she sees Vivian. Miss Sterling, you're here. Josie's face lights up too. Hi, Miss Vivian. I watch Vivian's expression shift. The professional mask drops just a little, and genuine warmth seeps through. Hi, girls. How was school? We made paintings, Sadie announces. Mine is a unicorn. Josie made hers boring. It's not boring, Josie protests. It's realistic. I painted the solar system. That's very cool, Josie, Vivian says, and I can hear the smile in her voice even though I'm not looking at her. Guess what, Daddy? Sadie bounces in her booster seat. Tonight's the last night to enter the gingerbread house contest. Can we make gingerbread houses tonight? Please? My stomach sinks. I completely forgot about the contest. Yeah, sweetheart. We can do that. Yay. Sadie claps her hands, then leans forward between the seats. Miss Sterling, do you want to make a gingerbread house with us? The silence that follows is deafening. I can feel the awkwardness radiating off Vivian, can feel my own discomfort at the situation I've created. The twins don't know what happened, don't know I just kissed her, and then immediately apologized for it. Vivian starts. Miss Sterling probably has work to do, I say quickly, giving her an out. And we have to eat dinner first anyway. She can eat dinner with us. Sadie's voice reaches that excited pitch that means she won't let this go easily. Right, Daddy? She can have dinner and then make gingerbread houses. Sadie. Please? Josie joins in, and now both twins are deploying the puppy dog eyes. We never have anyone over for dinner. It would be so fun. I grip the steering wheel, torn between wanting to protect myself and not wanting to disappoint my daughters. Not wanting to hurt Vivian more than I already have. I glance at her, and she's looking down at her hands, carefully neutral. You don't have to, I say quietly. I know you're busy. She's quiet for a moment, and I'm certain she's going to say no. Going to take the out I'm offering and go back to the inn where she doesn't have to deal with my emotional mess. Please, Miss Sterling. Sadie asks one last time. My dad makes the best dinners. Vivian turns to look at the twins, and something in her expression softens. Okay, she says. I'd love to come to dinner. Really? Sadie practically shrieks. Really? Vivian confirms, and there's a small smile on her face now. Genuine, if a little sad around the edges. The twins cheer, and I try to ignore the way my heart is doing complicated things in my chest. This is going to be torture. Having her in my house, watching her with my daughters, pretending that kiss didn't happen while simultaneously unable to stop thinking about it. But I pull onto my street and park in the driveway of my small 2-story house with its Christmas lights and slightly overgrown bushes, and I paste on a smile for my girls. All right, troops, let's get inside. The twins tumble out of the truck, racing for the front door. Vivian climbs out more slowly, looking at my house with an expression I can't quite read. It's not fancy, I find myself saying. It's perfect, she says quietly, and I don't know if she means it or if she's just being polite. Inside, the house is the usual chaos. The twins immediately start arguing about who gets to show Vivian their room first. There are shoes scattered by the door, coats hanging haphazardly on hooks, drawings covering the refrigerator. It's lived in and messy, and I'm sure it's nothing like Vivian's Manhattan apartment. Sorry about the mess, I say, hanging up my coat. Gabriel. She looks at me, and there's something in her eyes. It's not a mess. It's a home. There's a difference. I don't know what to say to that, so I just nod and head to the kitchen. I was planning on making spaghetti. Is that okay? That sounds great. The twins drag Vivian upstairs to see their rooms, and I use the time alone to try to get my head together. I pull out pasta, sauce, garlic bread, put water on to boil. The familiar routine helps settle my nerves. Laughter comes from upstairs. Sadie's bright giggle and Josie's more measured laugh, and underneath it, Vivian's genuine amusement. She's probably being subjected to a tour of every toy, every drawing, every treasure the twins have accumulated. Amanda barely tolerates those tours. She smiles politely while checking her phone, waiting for the moment she can escape. But when Vivian comes back downstairs 20 minutes later, she looks genuinely delighted. Your daughters have very strong opinions about which Frozen character is best. Let me guess. Sadie loves Elsa. Josie loves Anna. How did you know? Vivian asks in mock wonder. Sadie likes the flashy magic. Josie thinks Anna is more practical. I drop pasta into the boiling water. I may have heard that argument a time or two. Vivian leans against the counter, watching me cook. The awkwardness from earlier has faded a little, replaced by something more comfortable but still careful. Like we're both trying to figure out how to be around each other now. Can I help with anything? She asks. You could set the table. Plates are in that cabinet, silverware in the drawer below it. She moves around my kitchen like she belongs there, and I try not to notice. Try not to think about how good it feels to have another adult here. Someone to share the dinner routine with. Someone who doesn't look at my messy kitchen with judgment, but with something that looks almost like longing. The twins come thundering downstairs just as I'm draining the pasta. Perfect timing, I say. Wash your hands and sit down. Dinner is surprisingly easy. The twins chatter nonstop, telling Vivian about their day, about their friends, about the upcoming Christmas pageant. Vivian listens with genuine interest, asks follow-up questions, laughs at their jokes. I watch her across the table, and my chest does that tight thing again. This is what it could be like. This warmth, this laughter, this feeling of completeness. Someone to share these moments with. Someone the girls already adore. But she's leaving. In 3 days, she's going back to Manhattan. I force myself to focus on my spaghetti. After dinner, we clear the table and I pull out the gingerbread house kits I bought last week. I only bought 3 of them, so now I'm going to have to build one with Vivian. Yeah, that's not going to be awkward. Okay, I say, spreading everything out on the table. The contest is tomorrow at the town hall. It's just for fun, so don't worry about making them perfect. Feel free to express your creativity. Do we have to share icing? Sadie asks suspiciously. You each get your own tube of icing. Miss Sterling and I will share. Good. Because Josie always uses too much and then there's none left. I do not. Do too. Girls, I say with practiced patience, let's just build houses, okay? We settle into work. The twins immediately start decorating with abandon, icing going everywhere except where it's supposed to. Vivian studies our kit like it's a complex engineering project. It's just gingerbread, I say, trying not to smile. Not brain surgery. I know that. But she's biting her lip in concentration as she carefully applies icing to join 2 walls together. I just want it to not fall apart immediately. Where's the fun in that? She looks up at me, and for a moment our eyes meet. Something passes between us. Acknowledgement of the kiss, awareness of each other, the complicated feelings we're both trying to ignore. Then, Sadie's gingerbread wall falls down with a crash, and the moment breaks. Daddy, my house is broken. I move to help her, showing her how to hold the pieces together while the icing sets. Josie is meticulously placing each candy piece with scientific precision. Vivian has somehow managed to get icing on her cheek. You've got a little... I gesture to my own face. She swipes at it, missing completely. Did I get it? Not even close. Where is it? Before I can think better of it, I reach over and gently wipe the icing off with my thumb. It's an innocent gesture, something I'd do for the twins without thinking. But when my thumb touches her skin, we both freeze. Her eyes meet mine, and I see my own conflict reflected back at me. Want and fear, and the knowledge that we're playing with fire. I pull my hand back like I've been burned. Thanks, she says quietly. Yeah. We go back to our gingerbread houses, but the air feels charged now. Every accidental brush of hands when reaching for candy pieces. Every time we both laugh at something the twins say. Every moment of eye contact that lasts a beat too long. This is torture. By the time the houses are done, the twins are yawning. Sadie's is lopsided but covered in candy. Josie's is architecturally sound but sparse, and the one Vivian and I made together isn't half bad. Literally. Vivian's side looks great. Mine kind of looks like a drunk elf made it. Bedtime, I announce. But it's early, Sadie protests. It's 8:30. That's your bedtime. Can Miss Sterling tuck us in? Josie asks. I look at Vivian, ready to give her an out, but she's already standing. I'd love to, she says. The 4 of us troop upstairs. The twins brush their teeth while Vivian and I wait in the hallway. That careful distance between us again. You don't have to do this, I say quietly. I can handle bedtime. I want to, she says, and she sounds like she means it. The twins come out in their pajamas, Sadie in pink with unicorns, Josie in blue with planets. We go to their room and they climb into their twin beds. The room is exactly what you'd expect from 6-year-olds. Toys everywhere. Glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling, drawings taped to the walls. I sit on the edge of Josie's bed, and Vivian perches on Sadie's. It feels natural and odd at the same time. Maybe odd because it does feel so natural, even though Vivian doesn't belong here. She belongs in New York. Story? Sadie asks hopefully. One short one, I agree. I read them a chapter from their current favorite book, something about a magic treehouse. Vivian listens, occasionally glancing at the twins with such tenderness on her face that it makes my throat tight. When I finish, I kiss both girls goodnight. Love you, Daddy, they chorus. Love you too, sweethearts. Vivian stands to leave, but Sadie catches her hand. Miss Sterling, will you come to the church pageant tomorrow night? We're going to sing songs and I have a line to say. Vivian glances at me, and I see her searching for an excuse. But then she looks back at Sadie's hopeful face and says, Yes, I'll be there. Promise? I promise. Sadie beams and releases her hand. Good night, Miss Sterling. Good night, Sadie. Good night, Josie. We head downstairs, and the silence that falls is heavier now. The twins are in bed. There's no buffer, no distraction. It's just us and this feeling I have in my chest. I should go, Vivian says, reaching for her coat hanging by the door. Vivian, wait. I didn't even know I was going to say it. It just popped out. She stops but doesn't turn around. Her shoulders are tense, braced like she's expecting another blow. I move closer, not touching, but close enough that I can smell her perfume. That subtle, expensive scent that I'm starting to associate with her. I'm sorry, I say. About earlier, about what I said after. I can't make myself say the word. I handled that badly. Gabriel, you don't need to. Yes, I do. I take another step closer. I can't help it. There's an invisible thread pulling me toward her. What I said made it sound like kissing you was a mistake, like I regretted it. She meets my eyes and I can see the hurt she's trying to hide. Wasn't it? No. The word comes out more forcefully than I intended. Vivian, that kiss was. I search for words and come up empty. It was incredible. Her expression shifts, hope and confusion warring on her face. Then why did you apologize? Because I got scared. I surprise myself with how honest I'm being. In 3 days, you're going back to New York. Back to your life that has nothing to do with Evergreen Falls or small-town Vermont or a single dad who can't offer you anything close to what you already have. Gabriel, my ex-wife left because this town, this life, wasn't enough for her. She wanted more. Bigger cities, better opportunities, excitement. And I understand that. I do, but I can't. My voice cracks. I can't do that again. I can't fall for someone who's going to leave. So you pushed me away? I panicked, and I hurt you. And I'm sorry for that. She's quiet for a long moment, looking at me with those green-gray eyes. She seems to struggle with words. Gabriel, I'm not your ex-wife, she says softly. The words hit me like a physical blow. She blinks and lowers her gaze. Sorry, that was probably rude. No, I scrub a hand over my face. I didn't realize I was treating you like that. Look, I don't know where this is going, maybe nowhere, but I do know that when you kissed me today, I felt something I haven't felt in a really long time. She's looking at me with her heart in her eyes. And then you apologized and called it a mistake, and it felt like every other time in my life when I wasn't good enough, when I didn't measure up, when love was conditional on being perfect. Oh no, what have I done? That's not. I take her hands in mine. Vivian, you are enough. You're more than enough. You're. The words catch in my throat. I like you. A lot. And I don't know where this is going either, but all I know is I felt terrible ever since I pushed you away. And I don't want to do that again. I'm sorry. Stop apologizing. I don't know what else to do. Kiss me again, she says quietly. But this time, don't apologize for it after. My breath catches. Vivian, please. The word is barely a whisper. I'm leaving in 3 days. We both know that. But we have right now. And I don't want to waste it being scared of what might happen. I want to actually live it. She's asking me to take a leap, to risk my heart again, to trust that maybe this time will be different. And looking at her face, open and vulnerable and brave in a way I'm not sure I can match, I realize I can't not take that leap. I pull her closer, one hand sliding up to cup her face, the other settling on her waist. She tilts her face up to mine, and for a moment we just look at each other. If we do this, I start. No conditions, she interrupts. No walls, no protection, just us. Right now, being honest about what we feel. Living in this moment. That's terrifying. I know. A smile plays at her lips. Do it anyway. I close my eyes and brush my lips over hers. Sparks immediately fly over my skin, like every nerve ending has suddenly come alive. Her lips are soft and warm, and she tastes faintly of the gingerbread frosting she licked off her finger earlier. The scent of her perfume surrounds me, making my head spin. I mean for it to be gentle, careful. But then Vivian makes this soft sound, surprise and pleasure mixed together, and something in me breaks loose. My hand slides from her cheek into her hair, my fingers tangling in the dark strands. It's even softer than I imagined, silky against my calloused fingers. My other hand tightens on her waist, pulling her closer until there's no space between us. I can feel the warmth of her body through her sweater, feel her heart racing against my chest. She kisses me back with an intensity that steals my breath. Her hands move from clutching my shirt to sliding up my chest, over my shoulders, and then she's threading her fingers through my hair at the nape of my neck. The sensation sends a shiver down my spine. I tilt my head, deepening the kiss, and she responds immediately, pressing closer. One of her hands grips my shoulder for balance, her fingers digging in slightly. And that small gesture, the way she's holding on to me like she needs the support, makes my pulse race even faster. This isn't like kissing Amanda. This is different. This is urgent and real and filled with something I'm afraid to name. Every point where our bodies touch feels electric. The curve of her waist under my palm, her fingers in my hair, the soft press of her lips against mine. I break away just long enough to catch my breath. We're both breathing hard, and I can feel her pulse hammering in her throat where my thumb has somehow found its way to rest against her neck. Gabriel, she whispers, and my name sounds like a prayer. I kiss her again, slower this time but no less intense. Her hand slides from my shoulder to my jaw, her thumb brushing against the stubble there. It's such a tender gesture, almost reverent, and it undoes something in my chest. When we finally break apart, I'm dizzy. My heart is pounding so hard I'm sure she can hear it. We're still pressed together, neither of us willing to let go yet. Her eyes flutter open and they're dark now, pupils dilated, looking at me with wonder and want and something that looks like the same terrified hope I'm feeling. Wow, she breathes. I can't form words yet, so I just cup her face with both hands, trying to memorize this moment. The weight of her in my arms, the way her hand is still tangled in my hair, the sound of her slightly uneven breathing, the lingering taste of her on my lips. This is what I've been missing. This connection, this intimacy, this feeling of being fully present with another person. And I'm terrified of losing it. Gabriel? I'm glad you didn't apologize this time. I laugh, the sound rough and real. Me too. We stand there in my living room, wrapped around each other, and for the first time in 4 days, I let myself hope. Maybe she'll leave and my heart will break. Maybe this is temporary and I'll regret letting myself feel this much. But maybe, just maybe, this is the beginning of something real. And standing here with Vivian in my arms, I think that might be worth the risk. Chapter 9. Vivian Sterling. I'm standing in the Evergreen Falls Town Hall holding the lopsided gingerbread house Gabriel and I made last night. I know it's not going to win any prizes, but it was fun to make. It was my very first attempt at a gingerbread house, and I kind of like it. I set it down beside the twins' creations as Gabriel fills out the clipboard that tells the judges which houses are ours. Then we start walking down the aisles and I pull out my camera. Most of the entries are amazing. There's a gorgeous Victorian mansion complete with a white chocolate picket fence, an impressive recreation of the Evergreen Falls Church with stained glass windows made from crushed hard candies, an entire gingerbread village with a working train made from candy. And then there are the ones made by children, charmingly crooked, covered in far too much candy, held together with hope and frosting. Those are actually my favorites. They're pure joy with zero pretension. I stop at one, clearly made by a young child. The structure in question is less gingerbread house and more gingerbread disaster zone. The walls are sliding in different directions. Gumdrops have been stuck on seemingly at random, with a billion of them on the roof, some on the walls, one inexplicably on the base, which makes me giggle. The whole thing leans at a 45-degree angle like it's had too much eggnog. It's darling. Oh, look at that, Gabriel says, leaning in close enough that I can smell his cologne. They really committed to the gumdrop theme. Committed is right. I think they used an entire bag on just the roof. Do you think the architect was going for whimsical or structural failure? I snort, then immediately try to cover it with a cough. Very professional, Vivian. Oh, good, you found mine, a cheerful voice says behind us. A cheerful adult voice. We turn around and Gabriel plasters on a smile. Mayor Miller, so nice to see you. This is Vivian Sterling from Meridian Plus. Miss Sterling, this is our mayor, Bob Miller. I hold out my hand. Mayor, so nice to meet you in person. I know we talked on the phone. We were just admiring I search desperately for words. The bold architectural choices in your gingerbread house. The mayor beams. Thank you. I was going for a Frank Lloyd Wright-inspired aesthetic. You know, breaking free from traditional gingerbread house constraints. Frank Lloyd Wright. I repeat, my mind racing. I can do this. I've pitched to hostile executives. I've smoothed over production disasters. I can spin a terrible gingerbread house. Yes, I can absolutely see the influence in the asymmetrical support structures. Gabriel makes a small choking sound that he tries to turn into a cough, but he recovers quickly and adds, yes, the organic placement of the gumdrops really echoes his style. Exactly. Bob looks delighted. Most people don't understand the vision, but you two get it. This is why I'm glad you're here, Miss Sterling. You have a sophisticated eye. Well, I appreciate innovative design, I say. The mayor claps Gabriel on the shoulder. Thanks for showing Miss Sterling around town, Gabe. I can tell it's been going well. She's got taste. He winks and walks off to chat with other contestants. The moment he's out of earshot, Gabriel's face cracks. Asymmetrical support structures? I panicked. He's shaking with silent laughter now. You're the one who brought up organic forms. I hiss, but I'm laughing too. I was following your lead. What else was I supposed to say? Sorry, Mayor, we thought your house was built by a 3-year-old? We're both trying to keep our voices down, but it's hopeless. The laughter bubbles up and we have to move away from the competition tables before we make a scene. Oh my gosh, I gasp when we're safely in a corner. Do you think he was joking? Does he know it's a disaster? I honestly don't think so. I think he was genuine. Gabriel wipes his eyes. And now he thinks you're an art expert who appreciates his avant-garde gingerbread techniques. I'm putting gingerbread art critic on my resume. Right under tree destroyer and mud wrestling champion? I swat his arm, but I'm grinning. I can't believe we pulled that off. We make a good team. He says it lightly, but there's something in his eyes that makes my heart do that fluttering thing. We do make a good team. Yesterday, today, last night with the twins, we just fit together somehow. The thought both thrills and terrifies me, because our time together has an expiration date. Come on, Gabriel says, gesturing to the rest of the competition. Let's get photos of the houses that didn't require emergency diplomatic intervention. We spend the next 30 minutes documenting the entries. I get beautiful shots of the Victorian mansion, the Candy Church, a stunning recreation of a ski lodge complete with a chocolate fireplace. I take photos of the twins' houses too, displayed proudly despite their obvious 6-year-old construction quality. Ours isn't even the worst one, Gabriel observes, looking at our lopsided creation. It's not terrible, I say, laughing. Your side is perfect. My side looks like it went through an earthquake. I thought you were going for that Frank Lloyd Wright aesthetic. I deadpan. He laughs and pulls me closer with an arm around my waist. The casual intimacy of the gesture makes my breath catch. This is new. This easy affection, this comfort with each other. Last night changed things. That kiss, those promises we made about being honest, about living in the moment, it shifted something between us. I lean into him slightly, and his arm tightens around me. Where to next? I ask. I want to show you something. It's a short walk. We head outside into the crisp December morning. The sun is bright, making everything sparkle with frost. Gabriel leads me down Main Street, pointing out details I should photograph. The way the Christmas lights catch the morning sun, a shop window display, families heading in to perk the halls for hot chocolate. We turn a corner, and Gabriel pulls open the door to a bank. I'm a bit confused, but I follow him inside. He stops at a Christmas tree, and a sign above it says, "The Angel Tree." The tree itself is modest, maybe 8 feet tall, covered in white lights and gold ribbon. You've heard of a giving tree, right? Gabriel asks. No, what's that? Every year the town does this. Gabriel explains quietly. Local families who are struggling can submit requests anonymously. Warm coats, grocery gift cards, toys for kids, whatever they need. I step closer, reading some of the tags. Boy, age 7, wants, Legos and winter boots, size 8. Family of 4 needs, grocery gift card and warm blankets. Girl, age 10, wants, art supplies and a warm coat, size 12. My throat tightens. This is beautiful. It's one of my favorite traditions. Gabriel's looking at the tree with such tenderness. Growing up, my family was on the receiving end of this. I remember one Christmas when I was 8. I'd asked Santa for a new bike because mine was too small and kept breaking. I knew we couldn't afford it, but I wished anyway. Did you get it? Christmas morning, there it was on the porch with a tag that said, "From Santa and your neighbors." I rode that bike until I was 12 and my knees hit the handlebars. He smiles at the memory. It meant everything. Not just the bike, but knowing that people cared. That we weren't alone. I'm blinking hard, trying not to cry in the middle of a bank. I look the tree up and down. Why are there so few tags? People take them when they're going to fill them. The closer we get to Christmas, the fewer tags are left. The bank employees always take the last ones. This is wonderful. I take some photos of the tree, some far back and some up close. A woman from the bank comes over to us. Can I help you? I explain to her why I'm taking photos. She gets excited when she hears we may possibly film some Christmas movies in her town. That's amazing. You go ahead and take all the photos you want. I thank her. As I'm turning around, I catch Gabriel pulling a tag off the tree and stuffing it into his pocket. He thinks I'm not watching. My heart melts as he steps back from the tree. He's going to buy gifts for a child he doesn't know, even though I'm certain it will stretch his budget. Because that's who Gabriel is. He gives even when he doesn't have much to give. My heart swells in my chest with something I can't name. Something that's been locked away for 3 years, maybe longer. This man, this wonderful man who puts everyone else first, who believes in magic and community and showing up for people, is so different from anyone I've known. He's different from Daniel, who only gave when it benefited him. Different from my parents, who made everything transactional. Different from the executives I work with, who measure worth in corner offices and salary negotiations. Gabriel gives because it matters, because people matter. And I'm falling for him so hard it scares me. Ready? He turns to me and I quickly blink back my emotions. Yeah, these photos are perfect. We walk back toward the chamber office, and I realize I'm not just documenting Evergreen Falls for a report anymore. I'm documenting this feeling, this experience, this moment in my life when everything shifted. The morning passes in a comfortable blur. Gabriel shows me a few more locations. The historic inn where that famous Christmas song was supposedly written. A scenic overlook where we can see the whole town spread out below us. The town library with its beautiful reading room decorated for the holidays. By 11, my camera is full, my feet are tired despite my practical boots, and Gabriel declares we're done. You've got enough for your report? More than enough. I could make 5 reports with all these photos. Good, because I'm starving, and Dorothy said she's bringing lunch at noon. We head to the chamber office, and sure enough, Dorothy is there with bags from what looks like every restaurant in town. Soup from the cafe, sandwiches from the deli, cookies from Novel Noel. Sarah insisted I bring you some. And of course, I made my potato salad. She sets everything out on the conference table like she's preparing for a feast. You two have been running all over town. You need proper food. Dorothy, this is too much. I protest, but I'm secretly thrilled. My breakfast was hours ago, and everything smells amazing. Nonsense. Now eat, and I'll be in the back room if you need anything. She disappears into the office, leaving us alone with enough food for 6 people. Gabriel grins at me. She's been feeding me since I was in high school. It's a lost cause to argue. We fill our plates and settle at the conference table. I pull out my laptop and start uploading photos while we eat. Gabriel sits beside me, closer than strictly necessary for a work project, but neither of us mentions it. These are really good, he says, leaning over to look at my screen. You've got a great eye. Thanks. It helps that the subject matter is so photogenic. We work in comfortable silence for a while, sorting through images. I flag the best ones. The Victorian gingerbread house, the angel tree with morning light filtering through its branches, the falls with water sparkling like diamonds, the town square with the newly raised Christmas tree. This one, Gabriel says, pointing to a photo I took Wednesday at Candy Cane Lane. It's of the twins standing under an archway of lights, both of them laughing at something, completely unguarded. This captures it. This is what Christmas should feel like. I study the image, and he's right. There's pure joy in it, unfiltered and real. That was a good night, I say softly. Yeah, it was. Our eyes meet, and there's that pull again. That awareness of how close we're sitting, how his knee is almost touching mine, how I can smell his cologne mixing with the coffee we're drinking. I force myself to look back at the laptop. So I'm thinking I'll organize the report by categories. Town infrastructure and accommodations first, then aesthetic appeal, then community engagement and authentic atmosphere. Very official. That's what they're paying me for. As I work, I can feel Gabriel's gaze on me. I give him a small smile. What? Nothing. Just thinking. About? He hesitates. About you. About why you don't like Christmas. Oh? I bite my lower lip, knowing I wasn't fully honest with him about that. I guess I'm just struggling to fully understand it, he says softly. To understand you. I take a breath, feeling the weight of what I'm about to share. We've been vulnerable with each other, but this is the part of my story I don't tell people. The humiliating part. The part that still hurts. I told you about my ex, Daniel, how he broke up with me right before Christmas. Gabriel nods, his expression gentle. What I didn't tell you is that we were engaged. We were supposed to get married at Christmas. I had the venue booked, the dress ordered, the whole thing planned. It was going to be perfect. His eyes widened slightly. Vivian. It was 2 weeks before Christmas when he called it off. The words come out flat, like I'm reporting facts instead of reliving the worst moment of my life. He called me at work, asked me to come home early. I thought something was wrong, that maybe someone had died. Instead, I walked in and he was packing. I can see it so clearly. My pristine apartment in chaos, his suitcases open on the bed, my carefully planned life crumbling in real time. He said he'd been having an affair with a woman he worked with. My voice cracks on the last word, and I hate myself for it. He said our whole relationship had been a sham, that I was like a robot going through the motions, that he never felt like he could be himself around me because I was so cold and controlled. Gabriel makes a sound, anger or sympathy or both, but I keep going because if I stop now, I won't be able to finish. The worst part is, he wasn't entirely wrong. I was controlled. I am controlled. I've spent my whole life being perfect, achieving things, checking boxes. I thought that's what love was. Two successful people building a successful life together. I thought if I was good enough, accomplished enough, perfect enough, then I would be loved. I'm crying now, and I don't even remember when that started. Tears are sliding down my cheeks, and I brush at them angrily. But I wasn't enough. I did everything right. The perfect girlfriend, the perfect fiancé, the perfect professional, and he still left. And he left me for someone who is everything I'm not. Someone who laughs easily and doesn't obsess over details and isn't afraid to be messy and imperfect. Gabriel's hand finds mine, warm and solid. So I threw myself into work even harder. I stopped dating. I stopped letting people in. I definitely stopped celebrating Christmas because every time I heard those songs or saw those decorations, all I could think about was standing in my apartment by myself, calling guests to uninvite them, returning gifts, being the girl who wasn't warm enough to keep. I finally look at Gabriel, and the expression on his face undoes me completely. It's not pity. It's not judgment. It's understanding and anger. Anger on my behalf. And something that looks like heartbreak. I'm sorry, I whisper. I know this is heavy. After everything we've shared, I wanted you to know why I am the way I am. Why Christmas is so hard. Why letting people in terrifies me. Gabriel stands, pulling me up with him. Before I can process what's happening, his arms are around me, holding me close. One hand cradles the back of my head, the other wraps around my waist, and he just holds me while I cry into his shoulder. He was wrong, Gabriel says fiercely, his voice rough with emotion. Vivian, he was so wrong about you. But, no. He pulls back just enough to look at me, his hands coming up to cup my face. His thumbs brush away my tears with such gentleness it makes me cry harder. You are not cold. You're not a robot. You're not any of those things, he said. Gabriel? You helped an elderly woman with Christmas lights even though you didn't know her. You knelt in the snow to help Josie when she fell. You spent an evening making gingerbread houses with two 6-year-olds and actually listened to their stories. You gave up your time to help raise a tree you knocked down, and you didn't complain once about getting dirty or cold or uncomfortable. He's looking at me with such intensity, such conviction, that I almost believe him. The woman I've gotten to know this week is warm and funny and kind and so brave. His voice drops to barely above a whisper. She's brave enough to laugh at herself when things go wrong. Brave enough to admit when she's scared. Brave enough to try new things even when they're uncomfortable. That's not cold, Vivian. That's real. I don't feel brave. The bravest people never do. He smiles slightly, echoing what I told Josie. But you are. You're so brave. And Daniel was an idiot who couldn't see what he had. Something breaks loose in my chest. Something that's been locked away since that terrible December day 3 years ago. I've been carrying this weight, this certainty that I'm fundamentally unlovable unless I'm perfect. That warmth and spontaneity and realness are things other people get to have, but not me. But Gabrielle is looking at me like I'm already warm, like I'm already enough. Like the messy, imperfect version of me that's emerged this week is actually the version worth loving. I don't know how to do this, I admit. How to be the person you think I am. You're already doing it. You just have to stop trying so hard to be perfect and let yourself be human. He brushes a strand of hair behind my ear. The woman who fell in the mud and laughed about it? The woman who ate Dorothy's cinnamon roll and got frosting on her nose? The woman who defended the mayor's terrible gingerbread house with a straight face? That's the real you. And she's pretty wonderful. I let out a shaky laugh. I got frosting on my nose? Yes, it was adorable. That's not very executive-like. Good. I like you better when you're not being an executive. He's still holding my face, his thumbs making small, soothing circles on my cheeks. We're standing so close I can feel the warmth radiating from him, can count his eyelashes, can see the exact moment his gaze drops to my lips. Gabriel, I breathe. Tell me to stop, he says, but he's already leaning in. I don't tell him to stop. This kiss is different from the ones before. It's softer, slower, weighted with everything we've just shared. It tastes like my tears and his coffee and promise. His hands are gentle on my face, holding me like I'm something precious, and I feel myself melting into him. My hands find their way to his chest, feeling his heart racing under my palms. He deepens the kiss slightly, and I make a small sound that makes his arms tighten around me. This isn't just attraction or chemistry, though those are definitely there. This is intimacy. Real, terrifying, beautiful intimacy. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. We just stand there for a moment, processing what just happened. Gabriel gives me a shy smile. We should probably get back to work before Dorothy comes out here and finds us making out in the conference room. I laugh. That would be hard to explain. Not really. I'd just tell her I'm falling for the woman who destroyed our Christmas tree. Very romantic. I thought so. We settle back at the table. My report comes together beautifully. The photos tell a story, not just of a quaint Vermont town with good filming locations, but of a community that takes care of each other. Of genuine warmth and authentic magic. Of the kind of Christmas that isn't about expensive decorations or perfect performances, but about showing up for the people you love. As I'm writing the conclusion, I realize something. This report isn't just about Evergreen Falls. It's about me. About the transformation I've undergone this week. About learning that maybe, just maybe, there's more to life than climbing ladders and checking boxes and being perfect. What are you smiling about? Gabriel asks, looking over at my screen. Just thinking about how much has changed in 5 days. Good changes? I look at him, at his warm brown eyes and slightly mussed hair, at the way he's looking at me like I'm something wonderful. And I squeeze his hand. The best changes. He leans over and kisses my temple. And sitting there in the chamber office, working together on something that matters, I think about Sunday. About leaving. About how much it's going to hurt to say goodbye to him and the twins in this town that's somehow become more than just a filming location. I wonder if throwing caution to the wind and living in the moment is going to shatter my heart. Chapter 10. Gabriel Brooks. The church is packed. Half the town has shown up for the Christmas pageant. I'm sitting in the third row with Vivian beside me, and I can't stop looking at her instead of the stage. She's wearing the soft cream sweater she bought at Mountain Gear and More, and her hair is loose around her shoulders. She looks warm and comfortable and completely at ease. Nothing like the polished executive who knocked down my Christmas tree 3 days ago. 3 days. That's all it's been. but sitting here beside her feels as natural as breathing. The lights dim, and the children file onto the stage in their costumes. Josie is dressed as a shepherd, complete with a brown robe and a staff that's taller than she is. Sadie is an angel with tinfoil wings and a halo that's already tilted to one side. Vivian leans close, her shoulder brushing mine. They look adorable. $5 as Sadie's halo falls off. She laughs quietly, and the sound makes my heart beat faster. I'll take that bet. The pageant begins. Mrs. Roberts narrates while the children act out the nativity story. Mary and Joseph travel to Bethlehem. The shepherds watch their flocks. The angels appear to announce the birth. Sadie delivers her line with such enthusiasm that her halo slips sideways. I nudge Vivian. Ooh, I win $5. Vivian shakes her head. Not so fast. It's just sideways. It has to fall all the way off before you get $5. All right, just wait. The audience chuckles and Sadie beams, not even caring that her halo is now covering one eye. The pageant continues. I glance at Vivian and freeze. She's leaning forward slightly, her hands clasped together, and her face is radiant. She's not just watching politely, she's invested. When Sadie almost trips as she runs across the stage, Vivian's smile is so warm, so full of affection, that something shifts in my chest. Josie steps forward with the other shepherds, carefully holding her staff and delivering her line in her serious, measured way. Let us go to Bethlehem and see this thing that has happened. Vivian's smile widens. She cares about them. Really cares. This isn't an obligation or a performance. She genuinely loves watching my daughters. The realization hits me like a physical blow. I'm in love with her. Not falling. Not starting to develop feelings. In love. Completely, terrifyingly, irrevocably in love with Vivian Sterling. My heart hammers against my ribs. This isn't just attraction or chemistry or even the deep connection we've been building. This is the real thing. The kind of love that changes everything. The kind I swore I wouldn't let myself feel again. I watch her watching my girls, and I can see it so clearly. What it would be like to have her here permanently. Coming to pageants together. Tucking the twins in at night together. Building a life together. And in 2 days, she leaves. The panic rises in my throat. 2 days, 48 hours. Then she'll be gone, back to Manhattan, back to her corner office and her VP promotion and her life that has nothing to do with small-town Vermont. I force myself to breathe. We made a promise. Live in the moment. Don't think about the future. Just be present with what we have right now. But sitting here, realizing I'm in love with her, that promise feels impossible to keep. The pageant continues. The wise men arrive with their gifts. All the children gather around the manger for the final scene. The audience stands and sings Silent Night while the kids hold battery-operated candles. Vivian stands beside me, singing quietly. Her voice is soft and pretty, and I want to memorize how it feels to have her standing next to me in this church, singing Christmas carols, my daughter's on stage, everything feeling right in a way it hasn't in years. The song ends. The audience applauds. The children take their bows, Sadie's halo finally falling off completely and landing on the stage with a small clatter that makes everyone laugh. Vivian turns to me, a wide smile on her face. She punches my shoulder. All right, you get the $5. I chuckle and pull her to my side. I knew it. After the pageant, we wait in the fellowship hall while the kids change out of their costumes. Parents cluster in groups, eating cookies and drinking punch. Several people come up to congratulate me on how well the twins did. Your girls are getting so big, Gabriel, Mrs. Henderson says, growing too fast. And who's this? She looks at Vivian with thinly veiled curiosity. Vivian Sterling. She's here evaluating the town for some filming opportunities. Oh, how wonderful, Mrs. Henderson beams. Gabriel's been showing you around? He has, Vivian says. The town is beautiful. Well, you couldn't have a better guide than Gabriel. He knows every inch of Evergreen Falls. She pats my arm. It's nice to see you with someone again, Gabriel. You deserve happiness. I feel my face heat. Mrs. Henderson, we're not. But she's already walking away, winking at me over her shoulder. Vivian looks amused. Small town. I nod. Everyone's in everyone's business. At least they care. The twins burst out of the Sunday school room, still buzzing with excitement. Sadie runs straight to Vivian and hugs her around the waist. Did you see me? Did you hear me say my line? Vivian laughs, hugging her back. I did. You were the best angel up there. Josie approaches more cautiously, but with clear hope in her eyes. Did you like it, Miss Vivian? Vivian crouches down to Josie's level. I loved it. You were such a good shepherd, and you remembered all your lines perfectly. Josie's face lights up, and my heart squeezes so tight I can barely breathe. This is what I want. This is what's been missing from my life. Someone who sees my daughters as the remarkable, funny, brave little people they are. Can we get hot chocolate? Sadie asks, bouncing on her toes. I check my watch. It's getting late. But Daddy, how about hot chocolate at home? Vivian suggests. I make a mean packet of Swiss Miss. Both twins look at me hopefully. Fine, but then straight to bed. Can Miss Vivian put us to bed? Sadie asks. Before I can say anything, Vivian smiles. Sure I can. They cheer and race toward the door. Vivian and I follow at a more reasonable pace. You didn't have to volunteer for bedtime hot chocolate duty, I say. I wanted to. She bumps my shoulder with hers. Besides, I'm going to miss them when I... She stops abruptly, and the unfinished sentence hangs in the air between us. When I leave. That's what she was going to say. When she leaves, Sunday. 2 days from now. The drive home is filled with the twins' chatter about the pageant. Sadie is convinced she should have been Mary instead of an angel. Josie is analyzing why certain shepherds stood in the wrong places. I'm grateful for their noise because it fills the silence that's threatening to suffocate me. At home, I make hot chocolate while Vivian helps the twins into their pajamas. I can hear their laughter and conversation drifting down the stairs. It sounds so natural, so easy. When they come down, we sit around the kitchen table with our mugs. The twins regale us with every detail of rehearsals, of who forgot their lines, of how Sadie's wings kept hitting other angels. Time for bed, I finally announce when the hot chocolate is gone. But I'm not tired. Sadie protests through a yawn. Nice try, upstairs. Brush your teeth. We'll go to the tree lighting ceremony tomorrow. Will you be there, Miss Vivian? Sadie asks. Of course. They trudge upstairs dramatically, and Vivian follows. I clean up the kitchen, listening to the sounds of the bedtime routine. Running water, giggling. Vivian's patient voice asking if they remembered to brush their molars. By the time I get upstairs, the twins are already in their beds. Vivian is sitting on the edge of Sadie's bed, tucking the covers around her. Good night, Miss Vivian, Sadie says, her eyes already drooping. Good night, sweet girl. You were the best angel tonight. I move to Josie's bed, kissing her forehead. Night, Josie Bear. Night, Daddy. Night, Miss Vivian. Vivian stands, and we both move toward the door. But Sadie's voice stops us. Miss Vivian? Are you going to stay forever? My heart stops. The room goes absolutely still. Vivian looks at me, and I see the pain flash across her face before she carefully schools her expression. She turns back to Sadie. I have to go back to New York soon, sweetie. For my job. But you could come back, right? This from Josie, who's sitting up now, worry creasing her forehead. Vivian's voice catches. I hope so. Promise? Sadie asks. Sadie, I say gently. Let's let Miss Vivian rest. We can talk about this another time. But the damage is done. I can see it in the twins' faces. They're getting attached. Really attached. And in 2 days, Vivian is going to leave, and they're going to be heartbroken. Just like me. We say final goodnights and head downstairs. The living room feels too quiet after all the noise and laughter of the evening. Gabriel, Vivian starts. It's fine. I cut her off, even though it's not fine. Nothing about this is fine. They're kids. They get attached easily. I care about them too, she says softly. I didn't expect to, but I do. I run a hand through my hair. I know. We settle on the couch, and there's this weight between us. 2 days. That's all we have left. And instead of enjoying it, I'm terrified. Terrified of how much this is going to hurt. Terrified that I'm going to fall apart when she leaves. Terrified that my daughters are going to ask me for weeks why Miss Vivian doesn't visit anymore. Vivian leans her head on my shoulder. Want to watch something mindless? Just decompress? Yeah, that sounds good. I flip through channels until I land on some cooking competition show neither of us cares about. Vivian curls into my side, and I wrap my arm around her shoulders, holding her close. This is perfect. This is everything I wanted. Maybe I can forget that she's leaving in 2 days. Her phone buzzes on the coffee table. She ignores it. It buzzes again. Then a call comes through. You should probably get that, I say. She sighs and reaches for it. Her expression changes when she sees the screen. It's Richard, my boss. I should take it. She stands, phone to her ear. Hi, Richard. Yes, I can talk. She walks toward the kitchen, her voice dropping lower. I try to focus on the TV, but my ears are tuned to her voice in the other room. I can only hear fragments. But I'm not finished here. I understand, but my stomach clenches. Something's wrong. I can hear it in her voice. It's filled with stress and frustration. Richard, I really think Evergreen Falls is the better choice. A long pause. But I've already spent 3 days here. I have my report nearly finished. Yes, I understand your concerns about the population size. My heart starts pounding. Population size? What is he saying? I know the other location has better access. No. I really think if you just looked at my photos... I can hear the defeat creeping into her voice. Yes, I understand. When do you need me in Wisconsin? My chest feels like it's being crushed. Tomorrow morning? Richard, that's... She stops. Yes, I understand. Tomorrow morning, I'll catch the earliest flight I can get. Tomorrow morning. Not Sunday. Tomorrow. We don't have 2 days. We don't even have 24 hours. She's leaving. Right now. This is over. I stand up from the couch, my body moving on autopilot. I can't do this. I can't sit here and pretend everything's fine when my world is crashing down around me. Yes, I'll email you the flight details. Goodbye, Richard. I hear her footsteps coming back toward the living room. Every muscle in my body tenses. My throat closes and I have a hard time breathing. The room presses in on me. Too hot. She walks in and I can see it on her face. Guilt, sadness, apology. Gabriel, I heard. My voice comes out flat. Cold. Exactly the opposite of what I'm feeling inside. You heard? The walls are thin. You're leaving tomorrow. She flinches like I've hit her. It's not what I wanted. Richard found another location. He wants me to scout it immediately. He thinks Evergreen Falls is too small. The infrastructure isn't... It's fine. I cut her off, crossing my arms over my chest. You have a job to do. A promotion to win. I get it. What's a promise to some kids about attending a stupid lighting ceremony? It's nothing. Gabriel, please don't. Don't what? Be realistic? The words come out harsher than I intended, but I can't stop them now. This was always temporary, Vivian. We both knew that. You have your life in New York. I have mine here. This was just a nice couple of days. That's all. You know it was more than that. Her voice breaks. Was it? I force myself to look at her, even though it's killing me. Because from where I'm standing, you just got a call from your boss and you're leaving. No fight. No argument. Just, yes, Richard, I'll be there tomorrow morning. What was I supposed to say? He's my boss. This is my career. Exactly. The word tastes like sand in my mouth. Your career, your life. In New York, not here. You're being unfair. Tears are streaming down her face now. We agreed to live in the moment, to not worry about the future. You're breaking that promise. The future just became the present. I gesture toward the kitchen. That phone call? That's reality. I gesture between us. This was just a fantasy, but it's over now. Don't do this. She takes a step toward me. Don't push me away because you're scared. I'm not scared. But my voice cracks on the lie. I'm being smart. I'm protecting my daughters from getting more hurt than they already will be. They asked you tonight if you'd stay forever. Do you know how much that's going to crush them when you don't come back? I never promised I'd stay forever. Exactly. You never promised anything. The words feel like knives cutting my own throat. Because you were always going to leave. The words, just like Amanda, almost escape my lips, but I hold them back. This town, this life, it's not enough for you. She's crying harder now. I care about you. I care about your daughters. I care about this town. But not enough to stay. Not enough to fight for it. My voice is cold, detached. You have your flight to book, Vivian. You should probably get going. Pack your things. Get some rest before your early morning. Gabriel, have a safe drive to the airport. The words hang in the air between us. Final, dismissive, cruel. She stands there for a long moment, tears streaming down her face, and I force myself to stay frozen, to not move toward her. She's leaving, and nothing I can say will stop her. I'm not going to stand here and beg, like I did Amanda. Okay, she whispers finally, if this is what you want. It's not what I want. I want you to stay. I want you to fight for this. I want you to choose me and the twins and this life over your career. But I don't say any of that. I just stand there, arms crossed, heart shattering, because I know she would never choose me. She walks to the door, picks up her coat, puts it on with shaking hands. For what it's worth, she says quietly, not looking at me. These were the best 3 days of my life. Then she's gone. The door closes behind her with a quiet click that sounds like the end of everything. I stand in my empty living room, listening to her car start, listening to her drive away, and only then do I let myself feel it. The crushing weight of loss. I sink onto the couch, put my head in my hands, and try to convince myself that I didn't just ruin things, that she would have left anyway, that listening to her make promises of coming back only to have her break them would have been worse. But all I can think about is the look on her face when I told her it was over. All I can hear is her voice breaking when she said I was being unfair. All I can feel is the ghost of her warmth beside me, already fading. Tomorrow morning, she'll be on a plane to wherever Richard is sending her. She'll scout that location, write that report, get her VP promotion. She'll go back to her pristine Manhattan apartment and her corner office and her life that has nothing to do with me. And I'll be here, in Evergreen Falls, explaining to my daughters why Miss Vivian isn't coming back, pretending I'm fine. Going through the motions of Christmas preparations and town events and chamber meetings, pretending my heart isn't broken into a million pieces. The TV is still playing that cooking show, but I don't see it. I just sit there in the dark, in my empty house, and wonder if I just made the biggest mistake of my life. Chapter 11. Vivian Sterling. I click to the slide of a stunning aerial shot of Cedar Lake, Wisconsin at sunset, and force myself to maintain eye contact with Richard, even though my vision is blurring from exhaustion. In conclusion, I say, my voice steady despite the fact that I've slept maybe 4 hours total in the past 2 days. Cedar Lake offers everything Meridian Plus needs for our Christmas slate: superior infrastructure, excellent lodging capacity, and authentic Midwest charm that will resonate with our target demographic. I click off the presentation and the room goes quiet for a beat. My hands are shaking slightly as I lower the remote. I clasp them together in front of me, hoping no one notices. Richard leans back in his chair, nodding slowly. Impressive work, Vivian, especially given the tight turnaround. Thank you. I manage a professional smile, even though my face feels like it's made of plastic. James, sitting across the conference table in his perfectly pressed suit, clears his throat. The photos are great, Viv. Very thorough. Though I have to say, some of the compositions feel a bit formulaic. He says it like he's being helpful. That same concerned tone that makes me want to throw my laptop at his head. But that's what happens when you're rushing, right? Can't expect the same creativity under pressure. Richard shoots him a look. I thought the compositions were excellent. The shot of the town square at night? That's going in our pitch deck. James's smile tightens. Of course, I was just offering constructive feedback. I don't respond. I don't have the energy. I've been living on airport coffee and adrenaline for 48 hours, frantically photographing Cedar Lake, interviewing locals, assessing every single detail Richard might ask about. And before that, spending the entire flight to Wisconsin crying while reworking my entire presentation. I couldn't bring myself to delete the Evergreen Falls photos. They're still on my hard drive, in a folder I can't look at without my chest constricting. Gabriel's face when I left. The twins asking if I'd stay forever. The Christmas tree we raised together. Dorothy's cinnamon rolls. The fall sparkling in winter sunlight. Gabriel's lips on mine. His hands gentle on my face. His voice saying, "You're enough." I force the memories down. Bury them deep where they can't hurt me during this meeting. James, Richard says, turning to him, let's see your presentation on Holly Ridge. James launches into his pitch with his usual swagger, and I zone out. My body is here, sitting upright in this chair, but my mind is somewhere else. Somewhere with snow-covered mountains and a small town that renames all its businesses for Christmas. Somewhere with a man who looked at me like I was magic. Somewhere I destroyed because I got scared. No, that's not what happened. Gabriel pushed me away. He reduced what we had to just a nice couple of days. He made it clear that I was leaving anyway, that I never mattered enough. But the voice in my head whispers that he was scared too, that he was protecting himself, that I could have fought harder. I should have fought harder. Vivian? I snap back to attention. Richard is looking at me expectantly. Sorry, could you repeat the question? I asked about your timeline for preliminary scouting if we move forward with Cedar Lake. I pull up my notes, my fingers moving on autopilot. We could start preliminary scouting in January with full production beginning in March. That gives us time to secure permits and hire local crew, and we'd be shooting during optimal weather conditions. Richard nods, making notes. James is watching me with that assessing look he gets when he thinks he's found a weakness. The meeting stretches on for another hour. Questions about logistics, budgets, community engagement. I answer everything professionally, competently, like I'm not dying inside. Like I haven't been replaying the same moment over and over, standing in Gabriel's living room watching him rebuild his walls because I was doing exactly what Amanda did to him. Finally, mercifully, Richard closes his notebook. Excellent presentations, both of you. James, can you give Vivian and me the room? James's face flickers with surprise, but he recovers quickly. Of course. He gathers his materials, throwing me one more condescending smile on his way out. Great job, Viv. Really. The door closes behind him and the silence feels heavy. Richard looks at me across the conference table. You look exhausted. I'm fine. Vivian. His voice is gentler than usual. You've been running on fumes for 2 days. I shouldn't have put that kind of pressure on you. It's fine. I delivered. You did more than deliver. That presentation was exceptional. He pauses, which is why I'm offering you the position. The words take a moment to register. The position? VP of Original Content. It's yours. Congratulations, Vivian. I should feel elated. This is what I've worked toward for 8 years. The promotion I've sacrificed everything for. The validation I've needed since Daniel left me. Since my parents made love conditional on achievement. Since I learned that being perfect was the only way to be loved. Thank you, I hear myself say. I won't let you down. I know you won't. Take the rest of the day off. We'll do the official announcement tomorrow. Transition planning on Wednesday. But for now, go home, get some sleep. Thank you, Richard. I gather my laptop and notes with hands that feel disconnected from my body. VP of Original Content. The youngest in company history. Everything I wanted. So why do I feel like I'm walking through fog? I make it to my office and close the door. It's after 6. My assistant Beth is gone for the day, so I'm alone with the city lights twinkling beyond my windows. I finally get the corner office, the one I've been eyeing for years. I set my laptop down and sink into my chair. VP of Original Content. I should call someone, celebrate, pop champagne, post something cryptic on social media that makes people jealous. But I pull out my phone and just stare at it. There's no one to call who would be genuinely, purely happy for me. No one who cares about Vivian Sterling. The person versus Vivian Sterling, the executive title. Except Gabriel. Gabriel would have been thrilled for me. He would have picked me up and spun me around, would have insisted on celebrating, would have looked at me with those warm brown eyes and told me he was proud of me. But Gabriel is in Vermont, hating me. The thought hits me so hard I have to put my head down on my desk. Tears sting my eyes and I fight them back because I'm in my office, in the building, and executives don't cry at their desks. I got everything I wanted. Everything I've worked for. I should be happy. Why aren't I happy? I force myself to stand, to pack up my laptop, to walk out of the building with my head high. I wave to the security guard. I smile at the doorman. I'm Vivian Sterling, soon to be VP of Original Content, and I have it all together. The facade lasts exactly as long as it takes me to get to my apartment. The moment I step inside, the emptiness hits me like a physical force. The pristine white walls, the designer furniture, the expensive art that I don't even really like, the fake lemons that now just look stupid in their decorative bowl. Everything exactly as I left it a week ago. Except I'm different. I'm not the same woman who left this apartment thinking a week in Vermont would be just another box to check, just another step on the ladder. I drop my bags by the door and walk to the window. The city sprawls below me, millions of lights, millions of people, and I've never felt more alone in my life. I should be celebrating. I should order expensive takeout. Drink that fancy wine I've been saving, post about my promotion. Instead, I sink onto my pristine white couch that isn't even comfortable, but I bought because it looked good in the photos. I miss Gabriel so badly it physically hurts. I miss his laugh. The way he pushed his hair back when he was thinking. The way he looked at his daughters like they were the center of his universe. The way he looked at me like I was something precious. I miss Sadie's endless energy and Josie's careful questions. I miss Dorothy's cookies and the way everyone in town knew each other's names. I miss the Christmas lights and the authentic warmth and the feeling of belonging somewhere. I miss feeling like myself. The real, imperfect, sometimes awkward version of myself that emerged in Evergreen Falls. The woman who laughed when she fell in the mud, who ate too much at potlucks, who spent an evening making gingerbread houses with 6-year-olds and actually had fun. That woman was happy. That woman was alive. This woman, sitting in her expensive apartment with her promotion and her corner office and her perfectly curated life, is empty. My phone buzzes. Mom. I stare at the screen, debating whether to answer. But maybe this is what I need. Maybe my mother will be happy for me. Maybe this achievement will finally be enough. I swipe to answer. Hi, Mom. Vivian, how are you? I'm good. I actually have some news. I got the promotion. I'm the new VP of Original Content. There's a pause. Not the excited pause of someone preparing to congratulate me. The assessing pause of someone calculating. VP of Original Content, she repeats. That's nice, darling. What's the salary? We haven't discussed exact numbers yet. Well, make sure you negotiate. Don't accept the first offer. Another pause. Have you thought about your next move? My next move. I just got promoted to VP and she's already asking about my next move. What do you mean? Well, VP is good, but there's still president, CEO. You're young. You could make president by 40 if you play your cards right. Something inside me cracks. Not a clean break, but a splintering. A fundamental shift in how I see this conversation, this relationship, my entire life. Mom, I just got promoted to vice president. I'm the youngest VP in company history. And that's wonderful, sweetheart. Your father and I are very proud. But her voice is already moving on, already planning. I'm just saying, don't get comfortable. Keep pushing. That's how you get to the top. What if I don't want to get to the top? The words surprise me as much as they surprise her. Silence stretches across the line. What do you mean? Her voice has that edge now, the one I remember from childhood when I got a 98 instead of a 100. Vivian, you're not thinking of settling, are you? After everything you've worked for? I'm just tired, Mom. Everyone's tired. Successful people don't let that stop them. She softens slightly. Look, I know you had that unfortunate situation with Daniel, but that's behind you now. You're focused on your career. That's good. Just keep your eye on the prize. The unfortunate situation with Daniel. That's what she calls my shattered engagement. My broken heart. The moment when I learned I wasn't warm enough, spontaneous enough, human enough to be loved. Mom, I have to go. Already? I wanted to tell you about the charity gala your father and I are attending. I really have to go. I'm exhausted. All right. Congratulations on the promotion, darling. Make sure you negotiate that salary. A pause. And Vivian? Don't mention this to your cousin Rachel. She just made partner at her firm and she's being insufferable about it. We don't need to give her more ammunition. Don't mention it to Rachel. Don't celebrate. Don't feel proud. Just keep climbing. Keep achieving. Keep being perfect. Goodbye, Mom. I end the call before she can say anything else. I sit there on my couch, phone in my hand, and something fundamental shifts inside me. All my life, I've been trying to earn my parents' love through achievement. Every promotion, every accomplishment, every perfectly executed project. All of it was trying to hear them say, "We're proud of you. You're enough. We love you just as you are." But they're never going to say that, because to them, I'm never going to be enough. There's always another rung on the ladder, always another achievement to unlock, always another way I could be better, more successful, more impressive. I just got promoted to vice president, and my mother asked about my next promotion. I could make president. I could make CEO. I could run the entire company. And my mother would ask, what about chairman of the board? I've been performing my entire life for an audience that will never be satisfied. And I'm exhausted. I look around my beautiful, expensive, empty apartment. The art I don't like. The furniture I bought because it looked good. The fake lemons that are somehow more depressing than real lemons would be. This is what success looks like. This is what I've sacrificed everything for. Corner office, VP title, six-figure salary, perfectly curated life. And I've never been more miserable. I pull up my photos on my phone. I shouldn't do this. I know I shouldn't. But my fingers find the Evergreen Falls folder before I can stop them. The Christmas tree in the town square, the mismatched ornaments that somehow I pulled off to look amazing. The church with its beautiful stained glass. Candy Cane Lane with its enthusiastic, tacky decorations. Gabriel. I took a photo of him without him knowing. He's standing by the newly raised Christmas tree, looking up at it with such pride and love on his face. His hair is mussed, there's a smudge of something on his cheek, and he looks exhausted and happy and completely himself. Tears spill down my cheeks, and I don't try to stop them this time. I miss him. Not just the idea of him, not just the romance of it. I miss Gabriel Brooks, specifically. His dad jokes, the way he sang off key at the pageant, how he got icing on his face while making gingerbread houses, the way he looked at his daughters like they hung the moon, the way he looked at me like I was something worth treasuring, the way he made me feel like my real, messy, imperfect self was enough. But he doesn't want me anymore. He made that clear when he said I was just like Amanda, always going to leave for something better. When he reduced what we had to a nice couple of days. When he let me walk out his door without fighting for me. Except that's not quite true, is it? He was scared. I could see it in his eyes. He was protecting himself, protecting his daughters. He'd been left before by someone who chose career over family, excitement over roots. And then I got that phone call from Richard and I said yes to leaving. I didn't fight for long. I didn't say, give me a few days to figure this out. I just said yes and booked a flight. Gabriel was scared I'd leave, and I did. I swiped to another photo. The twins at the pageant, Sadie's halo falling off, both of them beaming. Another one of Gabriel's house with its Christmas lights and slightly overgrown bushes. The angel tree where Gabriel secretly took a tag so he could buy presents for a child he doesn't even know. These photos tell a story, not of a quaint Vermont town with good filming locations, but of a place where people show up for each other. Where Christmas isn't about expensive decorations and perfect performances, but about genuine warmth and community. Where I was happy, where I was loved. I set my phone down and look around my apartment again. Really look at it this time. This isn't a home, this is a showcase. This is what I thought success was supposed to look like. But success doesn't mean anything if you're alone. If you have no one to share it with. If you wake up every morning in a pristine apartment that feels like a hotel room and go to an office where people compete with you instead of caring about you. What is this all for? The promotion I just got? What does it actually give me? More money to spend on things I don't need? A fancier title on my business cards? The ability to tell my mother I achieved something only to have her ask about the next achievement? Or does it give me longer hours, more pressure, less time for anything resembling a life? I think about Gabriel's house, the twins' drawings on the refrigerator, the lived-in furniture and scattered toys, the way it smelled like coffee and cinnamon and home. I think about Dorothy bringing too much food because that's what you do for people you care about Mrs. Patterson making hot chocolate for the whole town, about Sarah baking brownies for the potluck, about genuine warmth, authentic connection, real love that isn't conditional on achievement. I'm sitting in my empty apartment with my VP promotion, and I've never felt more like I've failed at life. The worst part is, I don't know what to do about it. I can't just quit my job. I can't walk away from 8 years of work. I can't throw away everything I've built. Can I? And even if I could, Gabriel made it clear he doesn't want me. I destroyed that when I left, when I chose my career over him, when I proved I was exactly what he feared, someone who would leave. My phone buzzes. A text from Beth. OMG, I just heard. Congratulations, VP Sterling. We're celebrating tomorrow. I'm so proud of you. I stare at the all caps and emojis. My assistant is genuinely happy for me. She's a good person. She deserves my appreciation. I type back. Thank you so much. Couldn't have done it without your support. It's the right thing to say. Professional, gracious, empty. I set the phone down and curl up on my couch. Through the wall, I can hear Mrs. Wong's TV. She's watching another Christmas movie. I can hear the music, that distinctive sound of holiday orchestration. Last week, I would have winced. Christmas music meant painful memories, broken promises, the reminder that I wasn't enough. But now it just makes me think of Gabriel, of his warm voice explaining why Christmas matters, of the twins singing carols, of standing in the church singing Silent Night while my heart felt full for the first time in years. I grab my laptop and pull up my Evergreen Falls report. The one I never submitted. The one I spent days perfecting before Richard called and changed everything. I read through it, seeing my own words through new eyes. Evergreen Falls represents authentic Christmas spirit that money can't buy. The community's genuine warmth and long-standing traditions create an atmosphere that feels magical without feeling manufactured. The town's infrastructure may be smaller than other locations, but what it lacks in size, it makes up for in character and heart. Every location scout dreams of finding a place that feels this real. Most importantly, the people of Evergreen Falls don't just tolerate filming, they embrace it. They see it as an opportunity to share their home with others, to spread the joy they've cultivated over generations. I scroll to the photos again. These photos tell the truth. They show a place worth fighting for, a life worth choosing. But I didn't choose it. I got scared and ran. Just like I've been running my whole life, running toward achievements and promotions and my parents' approval, running away from anything messy or uncertain or real. I close my laptop and pull Gabriel's scarf from my bag. I've been carrying it with me. I couldn't leave it behind, couldn't give it back. It still smells faintly like his cologne, like warmth and connection. I wrap it around myself and let myself cry. Really cry. Not the controlled, silent tears I allow myself sometimes, but the messy, ugly, desperate kind. I cry for Gabriel and what we could have been, for the twins and their hopeful questions about me staying, for the life I glimpsed in Evergreen Falls, the life where people care about each other, where Christmas means something real, where I felt like I belonged. I cry for the woman I could have been if I'd been brave enough to choose differently. I cry until I have no tears left, until my eyes are swollen and my head aches and my throat is raw. And then I sit in my empty apartment, wrapped in Gabriel's scarf, and try to figure out what I'm going to do with the rest of my life. Because I can't keep living like this. I can't keep performing for an audience that will never applaud. I can't keep climbing a ladder that has no top, chasing achievements that don't make me happy. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know if I'm brave enough to make a change. I don't even know if there's any way to fix what I broke with Gabriel. But I know one thing with absolute certainty. This isn't enough. This empty, perfect, successful life isn't enough. I want more. I want mess and warmth and people who care about me. I want laughter that isn't polite. I want to fall in the mud and not care about my expensive coat. I want to make terrible gingerbread houses and sing Christmas carols and feel like I belong. I want to be the version of myself I was in Evergreen Falls. The woman who laughed freely, who helped raise a Christmas tree, who let herself feel joy without analyzing it. I want Gabriel. I want his daughters. I want that small Vermont town where everyone knows your name. I want home, but I don't know how to get there from here. Chapter 12. Gabriel Brooks. I press the cookie cutter into the dough, but my hand slips and the shape comes out lopsided. Again. That's the third star that looks more like a blob than anything recognizable. Daddy, you're doing it wrong, Josie observes from across the kitchen island where she's meticulously cutting out perfect snowflakes. I know, sweetheart. Sorry. I try to salvage the star, but it's hopeless. I ball up the dough to re-roll it. It's Christmas Eve. We're making cookies for Santa just like we do every year. The kitchen smells like vanilla, and Mannheim Steamroller is playing from my Bluetooth speaker. The twins are covered in flour, laughing and chattering. This should be perfect. But there's this hollow ache in my chest that won't go away. Like someone scooped out my heart and left a cavern behind. It's been 1 week since Vivian left. 7 days that feel like 7 years. Can we make extra cookies? Sadie asks, pressing a Christmas tree into her dough. In case Santa is extra hungry? Sure, honey. I reach for the rolling pin to flatten my reballed dough, but my elbow catches the edge of the flour container. It tips, and I lunge for it, but I'm too slow. The container hits the counter and flour explodes everywhere. Across the island, onto the floor, coating my shirt. Daddy! Sadie squeals, but she's giggling. Josie is trying not to laugh. That's a lot of flour. Yeah. I stare at the mess, and suddenly I can't breathe. My throat tightens and my eyes sting, and I have to turn away so the girls don't see me fall apart over spilled flour. Except it's not about the flour. It's about how I can't concentrate on anything. How every task feels impossible because all I can think about is Vivian. About the look on her face when I told her to leave. About how I let her walk out my door because I was too scared to fight for her. Too scared she'd leave anyway. So I pushed her away first. I'll clean it up, I manage, grabbing the dish towel. The twins go back to their cookie cutting, and I sweep flour off the counter, my movements mechanical. This is Christmas Eve. I should be present with my daughters. They deserve better than a dad who's going through the motions while his mind is somewhere else. But I can't stop thinking about Vivian. About her laugh when we fell in the mud. About the way she looked at the falls like she'd never seen anything so beautiful. About how she tucked Josie in and listened to Sadie's stories like they were the most important things in the world. About how she looked at me. Like I was enough. Like this life, this town, these simple things I have to offer were actually worth something. And I threw it away. I've spent this last week trying to convince myself I did the right thing. That she would have left anyway. That protecting myself and the girls from more heartbreak was the smart choice. But all I feel is heartbroken anyway. And the girls keep asking when Miss Vivian is coming back, and I have to tell them she's not. And watching their faces fall kills me every time. The doorbell rings. I freeze, dish towel still in my hand, flour dusting my shirt. I'll get it. Sadie starts to climb down from her stool. No, I've got it. I set the towel down. You two keep cutting out shapes, okay? We need lots of cookies for Santa. I walk to the front door, my mind already cataloging who it could be. Maybe Mrs. Henderson with another casserole she insists we need. Maybe some neighbors are singing carols. Maybe... I open the door and my heart stops. Vivian is standing on my porch. I blink. She's still there. Dark hair loose around her shoulders, cheeks pink from the cold, and she's wearing her practical winter coat. And wrapped around her neck is my scarf, the flannel one I gave her that first day. Hi, she says, her voice small and uncertain. Vivian? I don't trust my own eyes. Is this real? Is she actually here, or have I finally lost my mind from missing her so much? What are you doing here? She shifts her weight, and I notice she's clutching a folder. Her fingers are shaking. Can I come in? If you don't want me to, I understand. But I have something I need to show you, and She's talking fast and tugging at the scarf with one hand. Of course. Come in. I step back and she walks past me into the house. I catch a whiff of her perfume and it makes my chest ache even more. We stand in the entryway, and I can hear the twins chattering in the kitchen, oblivious. Vivian is here. In my house. On Christmas Eve. Wearing my scarf. I'm sorry for just showing up, she says, not quite meeting my eyes. I should have called first, but I thought, I was afraid you wouldn't answer if I called, and I needed to... She stops, takes a breath. I'm rambling. Sorry. It's okay. My voice comes out rougher than I intended. Vivian, what's going on? She thrusts the folder at me. Here, just look at this. Please. I take it confused and open it. Inside are professionally printed documents, bound together. A business proposal. Sterling Location Services. Boutique location scouting for film and television based in Evergreen Falls, Vermont. I stare at the words, not comprehending. I flip through the pages. Financial projections. Service offerings. A client acquisition strategy. Letters of interest from production companies. It's a complete business plan. I don't understand, I say slowly. I quit my job. The words tumble out of her in a rush. I quit Meridian Plus. I'm starting my own company. Location scouting, consulting, helping productions find authentic small towns for filming. I can do it from anywhere. And I chose here. Evergreen Falls. My brain struggles to process this. You quit? Yes. But the promotion. Did you get the VP position? I did. She's twisting the scarf in her hands now, that nervous gesture that makes my heart squeeze. Richard offered it to me. Youngest VP in company history. Everything I thought I wanted. And you turned it down? No, I accepted it. She finally meets my eyes and I see tears shimmering there. I accepted it and I went home to my empty apartment and my mother called to congratulate me by asking what my next promotion would be. And I sat there in that pristine apartment I hate, holding a title I'd worked 8 years for, and I realized I'd never been more miserable in my life. My chest is so tight I can barely breathe. I kept thinking about what you said, she continues, about how Christmas should feel, about warmth and community and believing in something bigger than yourself, about showing up for the people you love. A tear escapes down her cheek. And I realize that everything I've been chasing, the promotions, the titles, the success, none of it means anything if I'm alone. If I don't have people who actually care about me, if I wake up every morning in a life that feels empty. Vivian, let me finish, please. She swipes at her tears. I thought success meant climbing the ladder, achieving things, making my parents proud. But my parents will never be proud enough. There's always another rung, another achievement, another way I'm not quite measuring up. And I'm exhausted, Gabriel. I'm so tired of performing. She takes a shaky breath, still gripping my scarf. The only time I felt like myself, my real self, was here, in Evergreen Falls, with you and Sadie and Josie, falling in the mud and laughing about it, making terrible gingerbread houses, helping raise that Christmas tree. I felt more alive in those 3 days than I have in 3 years. My heart is hammering against my ribs. So I quit. I gave my notice on Friday. I have 3 months to transition my projects and then I'm done. I'm starting my own company and I'm basing it here because this is where I want to be. This town, this life. Her voice cracks. You. I choose you, Gabriel. I choose this. If you'll have me. The folder slips from my hands, papers scattering across the floor. I don't care. You're staying? The words come out strangled. You're moving here? Yes. I know I hurt you. I know I left and proved all your fears right. I know I'm asking for a lot and maybe it's too late, but I had to try. I had to tell you that I'm sorry. That you were right. I was scared. But I'm not scared anymore. Or maybe I am, but I'm doing it anyway because being without you scares me more. She's crying openly now, and I am too. Tears are streaming down my face, and I don't care about any of it. Not the scattered papers or the flowers still coating my shirt, or anything except the fact that Vivian is here. She's here and she's choosing me. She's choosing this. I close the distance between us in 2 steps and pull her into my arms. She makes this sound, half sob, half laugh, and buries her face in my shoulder. My hand cups the back of her head, the other wraps around her waist, holding her as tight as I can. I'm so sorry, I choke out. Vivian, I'm so sorry. What I said to you, don't. She pulls back just enough to look at me. You were scared. I understand why. That's no excuse. I cup her face in my hands, my thumbs brushing away her tears. I pushed you away because I was terrified you'd leave. And then you did leave, and it was my fault. I've been miserable without you. These last 4 days have been torture. Every morning I wake up and remember you're gone and it feels like I can't breathe. I'm here now. You're here. I can't stop touching her, can't stop reassuring myself she's real. You're really here. You quit your job. You're moving to Evergreen Falls. I am. A watery smile breaks through her tears. I mean, if that's okay with you, I don't want to assume. I kiss her. I kiss her like I should have kissed her when she was leaving. Like I should have fought for her instead of letting her walk away. I kiss her with everything I couldn't say. All the love and fear and desperate hope that maybe somehow we get another chance. She kisses me back with equal intensity, her hands fisting in my flower-covered shirt, pulling me closer. The scarf, my scarf that she kept, is soft against my fingers where they cradle her face. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard, foreheads pressed together. I love you, I whisper. I'm in love with you, Vivian. I have been since that first gingerbread house. Maybe even before that. She lets out a shaky laugh. I love you too. So much. I've been carrying your scarf everywhere because I couldn't let you go. You're really doing this? Starting your own company? I am. I've already had 2 production companies express interest in working with me. Sterling Location Services is going to specialize in finding authentic small towns like Evergreen Falls, places with real heart, real community. I'll work remotely most of the time, travel for scouting trips, but my home base will be here. She searches my face. If that's what you want. What I want. I kiss her again, softer this time. Vivian, I've wanted you since you knocked down my Christmas tree. You're kind and funny and brave and real. You make me laugh. You're amazing with my girls. You make me believe in... Miss Vivian? We both freeze. I turn to see Sadie standing in the hallway, flower on her nose, her eyes wide as saucers. Miss Vivian! She shrieks, and then she's running, barreling into Vivian's legs with enough force that Vivian stumbles backward. I steady her as Josie appears too, moving more carefully but with equal excitement lighting up her face. You came back. Sadie looks up at Vivian, her face radiant. Vivian crouches down to the twins' level, and I watch her face transform. Pure joy, no walls, no professional mask. Just real, genuine love for my daughters. I did, Vivian says, her voice thick with emotion. I'm sorry it took me a few days. Are you staying forever now? Josie asks, and I can hear the hope wrapped in caution. My careful girl, protecting her heart. Vivian glances up at me and I nod. She looks back at the twins. Yeah, I am. I'm moving to Evergreen Falls. Both girls scream and throw their arms around her. Vivian wraps them in a hug, and I stand there watching the 3 of them. And something that's been broken inside me for years finally heals. This is what I've been missing. Not just someone to share my life with, but someone who loves my daughters like they're precious. Someone who sees the beauty in this small town and this simple life. Someone who chooses this over corner offices and VP titles and everything the world says should matter more. We're making cookies for Santa, Sadie announces, pulling back. Do you want to help? I would love to help, Vivian says, wiping her cheeks. Your side of the gingerbread house was so much better than Daddy's, Josie says seriously. So maybe you should do the decorating. Hey, I protest, but I'm laughing. Vivian stands and takes off her coat. I hang it on a hook and the twins each grab one of her hands, tugging her toward the kitchen. She glances back at me over her shoulder, and the look on her face, joy and love and belonging, makes my eyes sting again. I follow them into the kitchen. Sadie is already explaining the cookie situation, showing Vivian the shapes they've cut out. Josie is pointing out which colors of frosting we have. And Vivian is listening with that complete attention that makes each twin feel like the most important person in the world. I move behind her, slipping my arms around her waist and press a kiss to her temple. She leans back into me, and it feels so natural. So right. Did you really start your own company? I murmur in her ear. I did. I have a business plan and 3 months of severance pay to get me started. I'm terrified. You're brave. I learned that from someone. She turns her head to smile at me. Someone who believes in Christmas magic and showing up for people and choosing love over fear. My throat tightens. I didn't do a very good job of choosing love over fear. You're doing it now. That's what matters. The twins are watching us with identical grins. Are you Daddy's girlfriend now? Sadie asks. Vivian and I look at each other. I raise my eyebrows in question. Yeah, Vivian says, her smile widening. I'm Daddy's girlfriend now. Finally, Josie says with such exasperation that we all laugh. We spend the next hour making cookies. Vivian is terrible at handling the dough. Her snowflakes look more like white blobs. Her reindeer are unrecognizable. But she's laughing the whole time. Flour is everywhere. The twins are in heaven, and I keep catching myself just watching them. My heart so full it might burst. This is what Christmas is supposed to feel like. Daddy? Sadie asks as we're placing the cookies on a plate for Santa. Is this the best Christmas ever? I look around my flour-covered kitchen, at the lopsided cookies, at my daughters with frosting in their hair, at Vivian wearing my scarf and jeans with flour on them, looking more beautiful than anyone in a designer coat ever could. Yeah, sweetheart, I say, pulling Vivian close. This is the best Christmas ever. And it finally feels true. After years of going through the motions, of loving Christmas for my daughters while my own heart stayed locked away, it finally feels like Christmas again. Because Vivian came back. Because she chose this. Because I'm brave enough to let myself love her. Because we're together, and that's all the magic I need. Chapter 13. Epilogue. Vivian Sterling, 1 year later. I reach up to hang a delicate glass snowflake on Gabriel's Christmas tree and smile at how far I've come in 11 months. Last December, I was terrified of Christmas. This December, I'm living in it. Vivian, look at this one. Sadie thrusts a construction paper ornament at me, glitter shedding everywhere. I made it in art class. It's supposed to be Rudolph, but it looks more like a dog. I examine the lopsided creation with its googly eyes and pipe cleaner antlers. I think it's perfect. Let's hang it right here where everyone can see it. Josie approaches more carefully, holding a painted wooden ornament. I made a snowflake. I used a compass to make sure the angles were exactly right. Of course you did. I take it gently, admiring the precision. It's beautiful, Josie. Very scientific. Gabriel is across the room, muttering under his breath as he wrestles with a tangled strand of Christmas lights. His hair is sticking up where he's been running his hands through it, and there's already a smudge of something on his flannel shirt. He looks adorable and frustrated and completely himself. How's the Hallmark project going? He calls over without looking up. You said they wanted to scout 3 more towns by January? I hang Josie's snowflake next to Sadie's Rudolph dog. 4, actually. They loved the Vermont location so much they're expanding the slate. Plus, I just signed 2 indie production companies and a streaming service that wants to do a small-town series. I can't quite keep the pride out of my voice. Sterling Location Services is officially profitable. Gabriel looks up from the lights, his face breaking into that warm smile that still makes my heart flip. Vivian, that's incredible. I'm so proud of you. It's been a lot of work. I move to help him with the lights, but he waves me off. I've got this. I'm a professional Christmas light untangler. He tugs at a particularly stubborn knot. I've been doing this for years. You sure? Because it looks like the lights are winning. I never lose to... He yanks the strand and somehow the entire thing wraps around his legs. Wait, no, how did... He tries to step back, but his feet are caught. For a moment, he wobbles like a cartoon character, arms windmilling before gravity wins and he crashes to the floor in a tangle of lights and limbs. Gabriel! I rush over, the twins right behind me. Daddy! Sadie's eyes are wide. Are you hurt? Josie asks, already assessing him for injuries. But Gabriel is laughing. Really laughing, lying on his back wrapped in Christmas lights like the world's most ridiculous present. I'm fine. Just defeated by holiday decorations. Again. At least it wasn't a Christmas tree this time, I say, kneeling beside him. True. That's your signature move. The twins giggle and pile on top of him, and somehow I end up pulled down too. All four of us in a heap on the living room floor, laughing until our sides hurt. Christmas music is playing in the background, and I can smell the pine from the tree. And this chaotic, messy, perfect moment is exactly where I'm supposed to be. The laughter gradually fades, and I find myself looking into Gabriel's eyes. They're warm and brown with those flecks of gold I've memorized. I love you, I whisper. I love you too. He sits up, gently moving the twins off him. Actually, girls, can you go get the star for the tree? It's in the garage on the shelf by the door. But you're still tangled in lights, Josie points out. I'll manage. Go on. The twins exchange a look. That twin communication I still don't fully understand. And then race toward the garage, their footsteps thundering through the house. Gabriel extricates himself from the lights with surprising speed and gets on one knee. My heart stops. I wasn't planning to do this right now, he says, his voice rough with emotion. He pulls a small velvet box from his pocket. I was going to wait until after dinner, or maybe at the tree lighting ceremony. Somewhere more romantic than the floor of my living room while covered in pine needles. I'm already crying. Tears are streaming down my face, and I don't care. But this moment feels right. Because this is us, Vivian. Messy and imperfect and laughing on the floor. Making magic out of ordinary moments. He opens the box, and inside is a simple, beautiful ring with a small diamond. You came into my life and knocked down my Christmas tree, and my walls, and every defense I'd built around my heart. I let out a sound that's half laugh, half sob. You chose this life, this town, me and my girls. You walked away from everything you'd worked for because you wanted this. His voice cracks. You made me believe in love again. You made my house feel like Christmas every single day. Not because of decorations or traditions, but because you're here. Because you're warm and real and you make us all better. Gabriel, let me finish. He smiles, his own eyes shining with tears. Vivian Sterling, you are the bravest person I know. You left everything safe and started over. You built a business from nothing. You learned to love Christmas, and small towns, and two little girls who ask too many questions. But most of all, you taught me that it's okay to be scared and do it anyway. That love is worth the risk. I'm full on sobbing now, and I don't even care how my face looks. Will you marry me? Will you let me spend the rest of my life showing you that you made the right choice? That you're enough? You've always been enough. Exactly as you are? Yes, I choke out. Yes, of course, yes. He slides the ring onto my finger with shaking hands, and then he's kissing me. I'm kissing him back through my tears, tasting salt and joy and promise. She said yes. I pull back to see the twins peeking around the corner, no star in sight. You knew? I laugh, wiping my face. Sadie bounces into the room. Daddy told us he was going to ask. We've been keeping the secret for 3 whole days. That's a very long time. Josie adds solemnly, coming to examine my ring. It's pretty, Vivian. It's perfect. I look at Gabriel, this man who makes terrible gingerbread houses and gets tangled in Christmas lights and secretly takes angel tree tags to buy presents for children he doesn't know. This man who showed me what love really looks like. Not conditional on achievement, but freely given. It's absolutely perfect. The twins tackle us in a group hug. Everyone talking at once, planning the wedding, asking if they can be flower girls, wondering if Santa knows about the engagement. I hold Gabriel's hand and look around his living room. At the half-decorated tree with its mismatched ornaments. At the tangled Christmas lights still on the floor. At the twins' artwork covering the walls. At the pine needles scattered on the carpet and the general chaos of a house that's actually lived in. A year ago, I would have been uncomfortable with this mess. I would have needed everything perfect, controlled, arranged just so. But now I see it for what it really is. Home. I chose this. I chose him. I chose this warm, chaotic, imperfect life over my pristine Manhattan apartment and my corner office and my endless climb up a ladder that led nowhere. And I would choose it again, every single time. Gabriel catches my eye and mouths, "I love you." "I love you too," I mouth back. Sadie is already planning our wedding colors, pink and more pink, and Josie is asking about the timeline for sending invitations, and Gabriel is trying to restore order while simultaneously making everything more chaotic. And I'm sitting in the middle of it all, wearing his ring, surrounded by the family I never knew I needed, and I've never been happier in my entire life. This is what Christmas is supposed to feel like. Every single day. This is home. You have been listening to Picture Perfect Christmas by Victorine E. Liskey. If you would like to read Gabriel and Vivian's wedding scene, you can sign up for my newsletter and get it free. I'll put a link below. If you want to support me and my stories, join my Patreon. You can read what I'm writing first before anyone else. I'll drop a link to that below too. If you just want to hang out with me on Facebook, join my Facebook fan group. Thanks for listening. Have a wonderful day.